Well, we shut down last night's stream maybe 6-7 hours ago, but we are back to go through and answer all your questions before Sunday. But let's go ahead and let's get the updated injury news that you have here. Pulling this up, Rhamondre Stevenson will be playing week 7. So I need to bench one guy personally in the Flock League. I need to be benching either Jalen Waddle, Lad McConkey, or Rhamondre. Maybe because I'm going to be watching the London game, obviously, during the stream. Maybe because I want to have something to root for. But as of now, I am having to play Rhamondre Stevenson. Would I recommend that you do it? Probably not. I would hope that you would have a better option with Rhamondre. So running back that's going to be in a committee, in a bad offense. Looking at my week 7 rankings to figure out where exactly we need to throw him. We currently have him at 27. I have no idea how the hell Raheem Blackshears moved up here. But we need to go ahead and obviously update that. Looks like that's a bug right now. But anyway, yeah, I think Rhamondre is a high-end RB3 that you have this week. Now moving over to what we have with our next option. Travis Etienne will not be playing week 7. So with Etienne out, I think this does make Tank Bigsby much more appealing. Now, obviously, with that being said, if you are looking at Bigsby, this is a running back that you should go ahead and you should probably get in your lineup if you're playing in a non-PPR format. Now, the issue with Bigsby in a full PPR league is the man's had one target all year. So the receiving usage won't be there. You're probably going to split as well with Deontay Johnson. But going ahead, and these are actual week 7 ranks. Let's pull these up. Looking at what we have with Bigsby, previously, we had him as a mid RB3. Obviously, we need to get Travis Etienne at the very bottom of this list. And we need to go ahead and we need to pull up Tank Bigsby in these rankings, probably ahead of Zach Moss here, ahead of Bucky Irving. I would rather have him over Trey Sermon. I'd rather have him over Devin Singletary. I think the very minimum, he's like neck and neck with Rhamondre Stevenson. If I'm going to be honest, though, I think that Bigsby probably just is playing in the much better offense. The Jags are favored by 5.5, 6 points in this game. So I think I would even move Bigsby ahead of Rhamondre, Najee, and Chubb. I think I'd move Bigsby up to RB24. I'm not going to put him ahead of Chase Brown. Not going to put him ahead of Kareem Hunt, though. Cooper Kupp, unlikely to play week 7. So obviously, get Kupp out of your lineup. Super disappointing to hear. You sprinkle this in with the trade rumors that were there last night. And I think maybe you could say that there is some validity to this. Now, with that being said, going over and looking at what we have with Jordan Whittington, I think Whittington clearly becomes an option that you could get in your starting lineup. Like for me personally, I'd probably go ahead and I'd throw in Whittington over Ridley, throw him in over Hopkins, throw him in over Leggett. I would put Whittington right in the same range as like Michael Wilson, Gabe Davis, Tyler Lockett, Mario Douglas, Jordan Whittington. I'm probably going to actually move Lockett a little bit higher given the game environment that you have. But nonetheless, beyond this, Aaron Jones is expected to play week 7. So obviously you have Ty Chandler. Make sure he's not in your lineup. Aaron Jones isn't like a must-start player by any means. This is a very tough matchup going up against the Detroit Lions. I mean, even going through and looking at the underdog pick that you have, Aaron Jones right now is actually up higher, lower, 80.5 total yards. I actually wouldn't mind going with the lower on that, just given the Detroit defense shutting down pretty much everything against the run. But regardless, we think we have him as a mid RB2 this week, and you could go ahead and you can start him if you need him. Juju Smith-Schuster expected to play week 7. So looking at where we have Juju in our rankings, I'm currently rolling with Juju Smith-Schuster as that low-end wide receiver 3. I have him right behind guys like Waddle, Worthy, Pittman, and I'm right ahead of guys like Wandale, Kirk, and Watson. And honestly, reading all your thoughts in the comment section, I'm sure that the majority of y'all would have Juju ahead of Waddle and Worthy. Just personally, I do not. Now, going over to what we have with our next thing, Downs and Alec Pierce, both expected to play week 7. Josh Downs, we have right in the same range. We have Downs as that wide receiver 3 flex consideration. If you're desperate, probably got to start him. If you have a strong team, probably don't need to. Obviously, with Anthony Richardson coming in, wouldn't be super excited about it. Going over to our next call, we are going to be looking at Deontay Johnson, expected to play week 7. So with Deontay Johnson here, this is a wide receiver that you probably should look to get in your lineup if you have him. It is a really high scoring game environment against Washington. It's a great matchup. I have Deontay Johnson right now, wide receiver 12 in our rankings this week. So I have him as a low end wide receiver 1, high end wide receiver 2. This game has an over under of 50.5 points. Now, Miles Sanders believed to be available on the trade block. Shetty says multiple teams have inquired about trading for Wilson. Jets don't plan on trading Wilson, blah, blah, blah. What I need to figure out is, like I said, for the Flock League here, I have Waddle on the bench. I am slightly considering putting Waddle in over Ladd if we don't have any Ladd McConkey news. So let me see if there's anything that's come out overnight about Ladd. I'm giving y'all all my raw thoughts and reaction to news. Obviously, I just woke up. I don't see anything with Ladd McConkey. Hopefully we get some information before the Miami game. That way I have a little bit of a better idea here. What is so funny is you search Ladd McConkey on Twitter. You got some guy going, at Adam Schefter. Hey, Adam, do you expect Ladd McConkey to play on Monday? Thanks. I'm sorry, buddy. I don't think Adam Schefter's going to reply to your tweet. But anyway. Yeah, I can't see any news at all. On Ladd. Here's some miscellaneous Twitter account that's just saying, oh, he's questionable. Yeah, which if I don't know that Ladd's for sure good to go by the time that I need to, I probably go ahead and I probably play Waddle over Ladd. Trayvon in the chat says Ladd is fine. Like I said, I have Ladd in my lineup right now. It's just scary if you don't have an option to pivot to if Ladd misses. Like, if you have Michael Wilson on your bench, obviously just plan on going Ladd. Even if you have somebody like Rashad Bateman on your bench that you could pivot to Monday night, you could plan on going Ladd. It's a really good matchup where if Ladd McConkey does play, I want to get him in my lineup. But if Ladd McConkey were to miss, then I'm personally screwed myself with no Monday night pivot option. And I think other people are probably the same here. But let me go ahead and pull up some of the questions that we have. Obviously, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. I mean, we are live streaming every single day. I have not missed a single day during the year in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. We're going on 5 years strong without a day off during the season. So make sure you hit that like button if you have not done so already. And let's pivot over and answer some of the questions that we have over there on the site. We only have 5 questions in the queue right now. So if you got in your question on flockfantasy.com, should get answered very, very quickly. And of course, if you wanted to get in any questions on the site, you always can go over to the link in the live chat that says ask a question here. Or you can go hit the expert advice button in the top right corner of the site, where if you go and hit that expert advice button or that link, it will take you where you can ask a start sit question, a trade question, send a super message, or get a full-blown team review. Now, if you wanted that team review, I would highly recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. On top of that, you are going to be getting a free Aaron Rodgers pick for tonight's game, more than less than half a total yard. And you should be getting a free team review voucher for the live streams that we are doing every single night. And you can find that link in the live chat, and you can find that link in the description. But let's go ahead and let's move this back over to our questions we have on stream. Now, looking at this is a trade question coming out from Marshmallow. Love the name. This is Chris Godwin versus Cook or Harrison. I apologize. So be maybe a little bit closer if it was Cook or Harrison, but no. This is, you're going to get both James Cook and Marvin Harrison Jr. for Chris Godwin. Which I think that this is an absolute no-brainer. If I'm looking at Marvin Harrison Jr., I would definitely have him behind Chris Godwin rest of season, but I still think he has the upside to improve as time goes on. I still think that this is a player that can be a low-end wide receiver 1, high-end wide receiver 2 rest of season. And looking at James Cook, now that he's back fully healthy, I think that there's that very real shot that James Cook is an RB1 rest of year. So looking at what we have currently at running back, we have CMC banged up. We have Jonathan Taylor banged up. Obviously, we still have Derrick Henry, Chase Brown. That's a great running back room. But yeah, I think that this is a team that can definitely afford to go out there and pick up James Cook and get just the tier down at receiver to Harrison. Now, moving this over to our next question. This is a start-sit question coming out from Scotty. Here at quarterback, we have Jalen Hurts. Running back, we're rolling out Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan Robinson. Wide receiver, we have no Cooper Kupp, so obviously we are going to have to pivot at this point. I think you go with Devontae Adams and Tank Dell with no Nico Collins in Houston. And then going down to the flex, we are going to take Aaron Jones. Not super excited about it, of course. Like we discussed, it is a really tough matchup that you have here for Jones going up against the Detroit Lions, but you should have the receiving usage. And right now, you actually do have an incredibly high implied team total with this Vikings offense, where sportsbooks are just giving them a ton of credit here. Now, Big Route coming out with a start-sit question. It says, which guy should I start? If it's a one quarterback format, we're going to go ahead. We're going to go Goff, then Geno. Obviously, if it's a super flex league, you start both. Going over to running back, Brees, auto start every single week. We have no Travis Etienne. I would probably go ahead, take Tank Bigsby over Rhamondre Stevenson. Right now, we don't have the confirmation that Kenneth Walker is good to go. Obviously, if Walker were to miss, then at that point, it's probably a pretty easy spot to just go ahead and pivot over to what you have with Charbonnet. I'd much prefer Charbonnet over all these options. I would rank Charbonnet as a top 10 option if we knew that you had no Kenneth Walker, but we just simply don't know that. So I would plan on Bigsby, but it's not the easiest call. And then going over to wide receiver, St. Brown, even in a tough matchup, is going to be a must-start name. Mike Evans should be good to go. Tight end, we're going to go Laporta. And then if we only needed one flex, I go with Rhamondre. If we needed two flexes, I probably go with Rhamondre and Worthy and pivot to Charbonnet if Walker were to miss. But let's move this over to our next question. This one coming out from Jake. Appreciate you, my guy. It says, hey, mate. Firstly, I'm from Australia. Love the content. Good day, mate. I think that's Australia. But obviously, if you haven't checked out the Fantasyland guys, they're from Australia as well on the site. But it says, I'm wanting to go back-to-back this year with injuries, and we have started 2-4. Wanting to trade my first rounder to go all in. And need players you'd recommend to trade for, and who plus the pick you would trade off the team. So first off, thank you. I really do appreciate you. And I'm going to hook you up with a free trade question and a free start sit question for being a member of the Flock Sport on the channel. Also for putting up with my laughably bad good day, mate. But anyway, here this is a Dynasty format that's going to be a little bit shallower than most Dynasty leagues. It is a 10-team league where you can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly. But still, that's really shallow in comparison to like the Dynasty leagues that we're used to looking at. The leagues in which you can go through and you can start 3 wide receivers mandatory and get up to 3 flex spots. So here we're still definitely incentivized to go ahead and look for the top end options when we are going to make a trade. Also looking at this team, it is currently number 1 in this league in the Dynasty League Analyzer by a decent margin as well. Now we are currently sitting with 2 elite quarterbacks. We have Josh Allen as well as Jaden Daniels. Now, I know it's crazy that we maybe have Allen ahead of Daniels in our Dynasty ranks, where we have Daniels ahead of Allen in our redraft rankings, with Jaden Daniels being the younger option. Just typically in Dynasty at quarterback, I want to go with the guy that has the slightly larger sample size. Clearly, both these names are elite, though. Both these names we should be extremely excited about. And if you're looking at what we have here with the combo of Allen Daniels, I think it could potentially make sense if you wanted to go ahead and ship off one of these quarterbacks to go get an upgrade at wide receiver or running back. Now, of course, with that being said, definitely not something we have to do. And honestly, I'm maybe a little bit less likely to do it, knowing that this is only a start 8 Dynasty format where you can only get up to 4 receivers at the very most in this lineup. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we have a couple cornerstone assets, which is very rare to come by at the running back position. But we have 2 guys that we can both plan around the being significant contributors in the short term, as well as significant contributors in the long term. We have both Breece Hall as well as Devon Etienne. Super exciting cornerstone pieces to have here. Going over to the depth, we have James Conner, J.K. Dobbins, Kareem Hunt, all as short-term producers. We have Pacheco for the long-term upside. So here, running back, we're really strong both at the top as well as with the depth of this team as well. Going over to wide receiver, Drake London, cornerstone piece, right? You're able to start him and he's going to be able to help you win in the short term. And also, he's still incredibly young, should be able to give you a ton of value in the long term here. Devonta Smith, Xavier Worthy, JSN, Rashee Rice. So it's a comfortable spot. I know that this is maybe going to sound weird, but I don't like trading away our future first with this team. When you're 2-4, I think you're just taking on too much risk if you're selling your 2025 first, where if you see another injury or two and all of a sudden we tank and we end up with the second worst record in this league and you ended up selling a 2025 first round pick when you didn't need to, and we ended up giving away the 102. I don't think that's a good idea. Now, I'm not going to tell you, oh, you have no shot to contend. You can't go trade for a piece that's going to help you right now. Realistically, I think you can do that. Realistically, I think you can go trade for a piece that's going to help you turn this into a contender. I just think you have to maybe be a little bit more selective about how you do it. And I think you have to be a little more careful, given the record that we have with this team. So what I would personally look to do here is, I actually think that it would make more sense for you to go ahead and for you to actually move off of a player like Rashee Rice, where we could send Rashee Rice to a rebuilding team. I'm sure that they would be excited about Rice for the same reasons that they would be excited about a future pick, that this is a player that should actually increase in value as the year goes on and as we go into the offseason. But for us, it's not putting us at a massive risk of maybe being in a situation where we lose the next 2 weeks and it looks like all of a sudden we actually need to pivot to a rebuild and we don't have a 2025 first to build around. So if you wanted to go ahead and sell Rashee Rice / Xavier Worthy in a package and go get a wide receiver that should be a much better option in the short term, even if we'd expect that Rice and Worthy have the upside in the long term, I think that's what we could be looking to do. Going through and trying to find some of the teams that look like they're rebuilding. This team's 1-5. They have Tyreek Hill. If you wanted to go like Rice and Worthy to pivot over to Tyreek with Tua potentially coming back next week. Obviously, this is Dynasty. Anybody watching this, if it's a redraft format, the other owner's just going to absolutely laugh in your face. But in a Dynasty league, I think that could make sense. And obviously, this 1-5 team would have every reason to make that move with us. This 0-6 team right now probably doesn't have a veteran receiver that they'd be interested in letting go of. Probably doesn't have a veteran in general that they'd be wanting to trade. So yeah, I think that's probably the move that we are looking to make. Obviously, you can change around the player names that we're talking about and the targets, but instead of trading away your 2025 first, I think it probably makes more sense for us to go through and for us to sell Rashee Rice, still give up the future value, but not put us in a position where we don't have a 2025 first on a team that's struggling at 2-4 right now. But it's a great team. Also, I think if you sit with the roster, you're just going to start winning games too. I think the team's going to be much better in the future. But thank you again. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way. I also hooked you up with that free trade question and that free start sit question voucher if you had any additional questions you wanted to send my way about this. But let's move this over to Loso Loaded with a massive dono. Says running backs are Moss, Kyron, White, who we want to drop, Brooks, and Tracy. I'd drop Tracy before I'd White. Wide receiver, we have Hill, Dell, London, Leggett, Coleman, and Polk. Quarterback, we have Baker. Tight end, we have Kincaid. Should I do this trade with London or Tyreek for Gibbs? Loso Loaded, I don't think that you're out here in this chat. If you are, it would be great to know. Are you saying that if we take Drake London out of this and put Tyreek Hill in, we could get Jahmyr Gibbs on the other side? That's what you're saying. I think Gibbs would be a significant upgrade, obviously, over, say, Tony Pollard if we were to swap them. But I still probably want to be holding on to Tyreek Hill. Like if we've held on to Tyreek for this long now, just for us to trade him the week before Tua comes back, it does seem not like the best idea. In terms of how I'm valuing Calvin Ridley, none, zilch, nada. So I'm looking at Ridley as a 0 in this. We're trading London for a wide receiver 2 and a running back 2, where I think London is a top 10 wide receiver rest of season. So in this deal, if you can take out Pollard and throw Gibbs in, then 100% I am going to look to do that. But as it stands right now, probably not. As it stands right now, I think you go ahead and you roll with London. But let's mark that as complete. And let's move over and answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. Again, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. I mean, we have live streamed every single day this season without a day off. We're going to continue to do that till the season ends. And we've done that for 5 years straight now. So please hit that like button. And also, Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. If you're ever going to drop a like on the stream, I'd appreciate it if you did it now. And we are 2 likes away from hitting 300 likes as well. And also drop any questions that you have in the live chat. I'd be happy to try to get to as many as we can. Trayvon says Stevenson or Bigsby. Now, obviously, this is a little bit risky for me to answer because we are all going to have to watch this game together. And if I give you the wrong answer here, you can come directly in the live stream and clown on me for it. I have them currently ranked back-to-back. I am hoping that Rhamondre is the crusher. Now, with that being said, you do have the Jags as about 5.5 point favorites, 6 point favorites in this game. There is that outside chance that you end up getting a game where the Jags are able to just run the ball over and over and over again in the second half. The hesitation that I have with this is if you were looking at the receiving usage, Rhamondre Stevenson obviously is going to be involved more than what you should have or what you should expect with Bigsby as a receiver. Bigsby only has 1 target so far this season. I still probably am going to go ahead and I still am going to go with Bigsby, but that would be my hesitation. Now, Monty says Drake May or Kyler Murray. For the love of God, do not start Drake May over Kyler Murray. I understand, and even in the Flock League, I see it. Danny's freaking starting Drake May over guys like Kirk Cousins. Losing his freaking mind. It's a good matchup for Drake May. I understand he has upside here. And maybe you want to roster him and see what happens and potentially go with him next week. But do not start this dude in your regular redraft league. Please, for the love of God, go Kyler Murray. Like, even just looking at the underdog pick'ems that you have, if you're that excited about Drake May, go ahead and say he's going to have more than 203.5 passing yards. But Drake May's higher lower on underdog is 14.15 fantasy points. You can go take the higher there if you're really excited about May in a good matchup. But you compare this to Kyler, who's going to run the ball more. Kyler's up at almost 18 fantasy points for his higher lower. Please, please, please do not consider May over any of these options. Don't consider May over Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins up at 19.05 for his higher lower. Danny's a madman for doing what he is. Going over to Gino. Gino's at higher lower 19.25 fantasy points for his higher lower. Like, please bench May if you got him. Okay. Hezzy says Wan'Dale or Tyreek Hill. For the love of God, play Tyreek Hill over Wan'Dale Robinson in a game that Malik Neighbors is going to go. Please play Tyreek Hill. AJK says Richardson is QB 15. I have Richardson higher than that in my rankings this week. Richardson, all the receivers are healthy in Indianapolis. And at the same time, we should expect them to probably have a decent amount of Richardson dropbacks given the environment with no Jonathan Taylor. So I have Anthony Richardson down here, QB 13. Honestly, given the matchup, it's probably a Gino at a Purdy. But I have A-Rich at QB 13 in my ranks. I'm actually starting him this week myself. I am starting A-Rich ahead of Purdy. I have both those QBs, and I'm going with the guy with the rushing upside. Okay. Muhammad says, what are your thoughts on Aaron Jones? Do you think he will produce the same in a tough matchup against the Lions? So I think with Aaron Jones, typically is going to be ranked as a low-end RB1 for me. However, in a tough matchup against the Lions, I think you have to lower expectations. Would I start Aaron Jones? Yes. But instead of him being an RB1, I think more so maybe he is a mid to low end RB2. Like looking at underdog pick'ems this week, I actually don't mind going with the lower than 83.5 total yards for Aaron Jones and the higher than 62.5 yards for David Montgomery. Obviously, both of them are playing in a game environment that should be bad for opposing running backs, though. And it looks like about 10% of y'all have hit that like button. Thank you so much for that 10%. The 90% that have not, don't know what you're waiting for. Fix your life. If you're ever going to drop a like on a live stream, please do it for us on Sunday morning when it's the most important. Going over to our next option. Chris says Cousins or Stroud in a 4-point passing touchdown format. I have Cousins ranked over Stroud this week in our ranks. This is a game where the Atlanta Falcons project to be the second highest scoring offense in the NFL. So yeah, for me, I think you have to go ahead. I think you have to play Cousins. But let me pivot over and answer all the questions that we have on the site real quick. Shouldn't take us that long. There aren't too many questions on the site. Obviously, if you wanted to get any guaranteed answers, you can always go over to flogfantasy.com. You can always hit that button in the top right corner that says expert advice. Here, if you hit that expert advice button, you can go over to the page and send a super message, a start sit question, a trade question, or get a full-blown team review. Obviously, you can find that link in the live chat that says ask a question here. But if you wanted that full-blown team review, I would recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy, you can use promo code FLOCK, and you are going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're going to be getting a free Aaron Rodgers pick, more than less than half a total yard. And you'll be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night, which you can find that link in the live chat as well as the description. But let's move this back over to the site and let's see if we have any additional questions here. And yeah, it looks like we actually have a decent amount that came in. Thank you so much, of course, for everybody supporting the channel. I'll be excited to dive into all of these. Here, this is Heaven Ecom. We need a running back too. We have no Travis Etienne. It's between Bucky Irving, Tyler Goodson with no Jonathan Taylor. Since Sermon's good to go, I have no interest in Goodson. Running back by committee and a backfield that shouldn't have too many fantasy points to go around. I think we go ahead and we take Bucky, even if Rachaad White does play. And then down in the flex, really hoping we have a wide receiver, which we do. We are going to go ahead. We are going to take Amari Cooper. I don't think Amari is like a must-start guy by any means. If you are looking at Amari Cooper, this is a wide receiver that could potentially come out and only play 30 to 40% of the snaps. Like, that is a possibility here. So I don't want to tell anybody that you have to get an Amari this week. Obviously, next week will be a different story. But here, in comparison to these other flex options, I would go with them. Now, Derek coming out with a start-sit question says, who should I start in the flex? Full PBR, Deontay Johnson, Brandon Ayuk, or Brian Thomas Jr.? Thanks, Mason. Thank you. Now, looking at what we have here for the flex, I would rather get Deontay Johnson in what should be a really strong matchup against the Commanders and what projects to be one of the highest scoring game environments that you have in the entire slate. I think the over-under on this game is 50.5, at least last I checked. Going over to running back 2, obviously we kind of have to play Chase Brown this week. Do we have a better option at quarterback? No, we have Dak on bye. So yeah, I think you go with Deontay Johnson over Brian Thomas Jr., even if I'm expecting that Brian Thomas Jr. bounce back. Now, whole milk is king coming out. Here, quarterback, we have Kyler, Caleb, obviously Caleb on bye. Running back, the best option to get in would be Braylon Allen, but obviously we're not starting Braylon Allen. Wide receiver, the best option to get in would be Jerry Jeudy. No way in hell I'm playing Jerry Jeudy over Brian Thomas. And Kelsey is tied in 1. So love the team. Nothing we change about it. Super strong roster, of course. Now, Ben Cooper says, who are we starting in the flex and RB slots? So here at running back, we're going to go ahead. We are going to be getting in Kenneth Walker under the assumption he is good to go. James Conner at the other RB slot. And then down in the flexes, I think you probably end up playing Jackson Smith-Njigba. If you have no Rachaad White, we go Bucky Irving. If Rachaad White does play and it looks to be a 3-man running back by committee, I probably reluctantly go with Nick Chubb, but it wouldn't be something that we are super excited about. And obviously, if Walker does not play, then at that point, you pivot over to Bucky Irving. Now, Rich Porter coming out with a start set. Here at running back, Jordan Mason, absolute must-start player. I know he got hurt last week. Don't hold against him. Should be good to go this week. And then going over to what we have at wide receiver, we have no Kupp. We have no Lamb. Sorry, this is for the flex, but still, we're really only looking at the receivers here. Actually, you could look at Bigsby now that Etienne's out. If I knew that Ladd McConkey was 100% good to go in a really good matchup in a full PPR format, I think I could potentially take Ladd McConkey here. But with the uncertainty that you have around Ladd, with him going on Monday night, I think you can just go ahead and play Tank Bigsby in the flex. And then obviously we get something fun to look forward to in about 45 minutes, where the Jags offense should be much better than what we had seen previously, if you are listening to sportsbooks and believe that they are 6-point favorites here. Cal Godin says, are we starting Bigsby over Brown in the flex in a point per carry league? Thanks, Mason. You're a goat. Much love. I will say I don't want to start Bigsby over Chase Brown in a regular fantasy league. I think you have more touchdown upside and more receiving usage with Chase Brown. I think it's going to be a more efficient back as well and a better offense. However, if it's a point per carry format where you are really just chasing raw touches, I do think that you could very easily see more touches for Bigsby this week in comparison to what we are expecting with Chase Brown. See, I think you can go with Tank Bigsby here. Now, Valdez coming out with a start sit. It says no clue who to put in the flex spot. Do we have another quarterback we can play instead of Stafford in the super flex? No, we do not. Here in the flex, not excited about Wandale now that you have Neighbors back in. Don't want to play Sean Tucker. Want to roster him and see what happens, but I don't want to put him in my lineup. I think you have to play Rhamondre Stevenson. It freaking sucks. I have to play Rhamondre Stevenson in my league as well, and I'm not excited about it in the slightest. Tough game environment, and honestly, he should be in a committee coming off an injury. It's really gross. I don't want to do it, but I'm gonna. Jake says, thanks for the advice yesterday. I was offered this. Wanted your opinion. Much love. Excited to dive into this for you. Etienne to Aaron Jones, slight downgrade. Godwin to Jamar Chase, massive upgrade. I don't love this, knowing that Etienne's going to get Tua back next week, and more likely than not, Etienne's going to go back to being a mid RB1 in fantasy. But I think Jamar Chase is just the best player in this deal by a decent margin. I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to go with Chase and Jones. I don't love it given what we have with the Tua news, and that obviously Etienne is more exciting than Aaron Jones with Tua under center. I'll say obviously, but in my opinion. Now, just Jalen coming out with a start sit question. Here, the best option down there on the bench to get in would be Tank Dell. Would I start Tank Dell over any of these guys? Yes, I would. It looks like Cooper Kupp most likely is not going to be playing this week. So you go with Dell. In terms of the running back, we don't have anything to do other than start Gibson. But, I mean, if you have any waiver wire options, I think you go ahead and hit the waiver wire rather than play Antonio Gibson. At least I would. I have no interest in playing Gibson here. Now, Flintstock coming out says Bigsby or take a chance on Kenneth Walker. Who would be our backup option? Our backup would be Waddle. Yeah, I go with Kenneth Walker here. I mean, Walker, the expected points per game that you should have in comparison to Bigsby. No, it's a good matchup for Bigsby, but still. The man just has absolutely nothing as a receiver. I think it is not the easiest spot in the world. But it's also an illness for Walker. So if he does play, I'm not really worried about the workload. It's not like this is a hamstring. It's not like this is an ankle. And real quick, we are one like away from hitting 600 likes in the stream. If you're ever going to hit that like button, please make sure you do it on a Sunday morning live stream. These are the most important for us. But OG Captain Planet coming out. Quarterback, we have Lamar. Running back, Henry. Jacobs, wide receiver, Addison, Downs, Juju. We're looking at the flex spot here. I think we have to play Jordan Mason. And then beyond this, do we have a different wide receiver we could put in the lineup? Worthy would be the guy you get in. I think you're fine if you wanted to play Downs and Juju over Worthy. For me, I would personally play Worthy over Juju, but I'm not going to fault you one way or another. Now, AB305 says, currently we have Brown and Connor in. Who do we bench if Charbonnet plays? Worried about the Connor matchup. Completely understand that Connor has a bad matchup, but here I think you do have to play James Conner. If you were to have no Kenneth Walker, then at that point you take out James Conner, you put in Zach Charbonnet. But down in the flex, we go with Darnell Mooney. Actually, I'm sorry. We go Chase Brown. Even if I'm excited about Mooney, you have to go Brown under the assumption that he is the starting running back in one of the league's best offenses. And really the only thing that you change is if you were to have no Kenneth Walker, you take out Chase Brown and you put in Zach Charbonnet. Or actually, no, you take out Jordan Addison and you put in Charbonnet. Now, A-Rod coming out says, what up, champ? Love the site. Much love, my friend. Thank you, of course, for sticking with us for so long. Can't decide who to start this week. Need your help submitting the lineup. Quarterback jamming in AR. Running back jamming in Jordan Mason. And probably Chase Brown here as well. Chase Brown, Etienne's close. Full BBR format. We can go Etienne, but I don't want to say that with confidence. Brian Thomas Jr., and then we're going to play the running back at the flex spot anyway. So it doesn't matter if you go Brown or Etienne. You play them both, one at running back, one in the flex, and we should be rolling. Obviously, Bigsby is more appealing now that you have no Travis Etienne in this game. But with that in mind, you're still in a situation in which, I don't know, Tank Bigsby's had one single target all year. I know it seems like I'm maybe a Tank Bigsby hater. But to be honest, if y'all remember, if y'all go back to this offseason, Tank Bigsby was one of my favorite round 18 underdog picks. So for me, selfishly, if Tank Bigsby I don't know. If we end up getting a game where he just absolutely crushes, it's going to help me. It's just I'm hesitant specifically in a PPR league to bench the running backs that may get the usage as a receiver, where I don't expect that Bigsby would. Okay. Now, let's move this over. Our next question coming out from Julio says, with the update on Kupp, I need to pivot. I need help with the second flex spot. Don't know why I can't click on y'all's comments. My computer's bugging right now. So if we have no Kupp, it does become a much tougher situation here. I think you go with Juju Smith-Schuster. I know you said you need help with a second flex spot. If we need another play here, I think you actually roll out Jerry Jeudy, as much as I hate it, as bad as the offense is. Obviously, you have no Amari Cooper, so maybe somewhat Jeudy is viable. But clearly, if Kenneth Walker misses, Zach Charbonnet's the play, and I don't think you have too much hesitation in saying that. But I'm going to refresh YouTube here. That way we can hopefully... Perfect. We get your messages back up on the screen. So let's answer some of the free chat questions. Actually, let's make sure we get to the ones on the site. I want to make sure we don't miss anything before the game starts, because that would be bad. But we go Juju, and if Walker doesn't play, you pivot to Charbonnet. H-Town Boys says, I have Aaron Jones and Chubb on the bench. Quarterback, we're going to go ahead, put Baker Mayfield. Wide receiver, we go with London and Debo as auto starts every week. Tight end, Evan Ingram. And then for the flex, you go with Aaron Jones. Even in a tough matchup, Aaron Jones should have the receiving usage that does give him the nice floor. Now, see Travis with the start sit question. Here, we will go with Anthony Richardson over Rodgers. We'd go Rodgers in the super flex. Going down to the flex spots, Brian Robinson is good to go. For the love of God, make sure you start Brian Robinson. Brandon Ayuk, Darnell Mooney is close. I'm going to go with Ayuk in a game environment where the Niners probably have to throw the ball. Now, obviously, Ayuk's been horrible, and I think Darnell Mooney is very appealing here, to be honest with you. Bezecki coming out. Here at wide receiver, we are looking at Lockett, Tucker, Downs, Jameson, Watson, Pickens. Looking at this, probably going to go ahead and take George Pickens. I think with Russ coming in, we can expect maybe slightly more passing volume in Pittsburgh. Going down to the flex spots, it's brutal. I'd probably go Downs. I know most people will want Jameson Williams, but over the past 3 weeks, Jameson's averaging 3 targets a game. You're relying on the long touchdown, while at the same time, I think that you probably need to go ahead and you probably need to fade the matchup against the Minnesota Vikings. At least that's what I would do. Now, Jason P. coming out with a start set. Says, I'll start Douglas and Ladd over the others, but the projections suggest otherwise. Also, what running backs? You for sure go with Gibbs, Jacobs here relatively easily. Wide receiver, relatively easily, I go Brian Thomas, Devonta Smith. At least it's the easy call on Smith. Thomas, Harrison's going to be close. If you have a flex spot, I'd play Thomas and Harrison. The last thing I'm doing here is I'm playing Ladd McConkey into Mario Douglas. Please go with Brian Thomas. Please go Brian Thomas instead. Now, Nate coming out with a start set question. It says, Tyreek Hill, Marvin Harrison Jr. I would go with Harrison over Tyreek this week, despite the tough matchup. Obviously, next week, when we get Tua back in, will be a different story where the passing volume will be there in Miami again. Now, Jason coming out with our next question. It says, would give me Hunt and Pacheco's available on the waiver wire, or I could drop Douglas for Pacheco now. I would, one, drop Douglas for Pacheco now. Unless you need to start Douglas. But if we're just thinking long-term upside. And then I think we go ahead and I think we play Kareem Hunt. Sorry, we take Kareem Hunt over Brooks with the hope that he still sees the opportunity share and Clyde Edwards-Helaire has no impact. But yeah, I think you make this deal and you go pick up Pacheco off waivers. Assuming you don't need Douglas right now. If you don't need Douglas, we're just thinking long-term upside. Now, Milan, this is Etienne Jefferson versus Pollard and Tyreek. Jefferson to Tyreek, downgrade. Etienne to Pollard, massive upgrade. If you believe the reports true from Ian Rappaport that we are going to get Tua back potentially next week, if that is true, we are going to go ahead and we are going to be taking the Tony Pollard, Tyreek Hill side. Now, obviously, I don't know if it's true. But if it is, we go Tyreek and Pollard. And real quick, we just hit 700 likes on this live stream. Thank you so much for everybody going down there and hitting that like button. And of course, if you haven't done so, it's not too late. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like, please do it now. Also, if you wanted to get in a question and get a guaranteed answer, you can always do it over on flogfantasy.com. That's where we're answering questions every single day on the live stream. Just go over to flogfantasy.com, hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. And there you can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, or a super message, whatever you are looking for. And of course, I will reiterate, if you wanted that team review, I would highly recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have over there on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you're going to be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single day. And at the same time, you'll be getting hooked up with a free Aaron Rodgers pick for the Sunday game here. So make sure you take advantage of that with the link in the live chat or the description. But let's move this back over to the questions that we have on the site. This one's coming out from Mazungu, something like that. This is a start-sit question where here I'm assuming that we filled this out wrong. I'm assuming we need 2 running backs, 2 receivers, and a flex. In that instance, we go Jacobs, Chase Brown at running back. I'm assuming we don't need to start 3 tight ends. And then if we need 1 flex and we're choosing between Ayuk and Kirk, we go with Ayuk. How I rank this is we go Jacobs 1, Ayuk 2, Chase Brown 3, Kirk 4, Moss 5. I hope that answers your question. I don't know if it does. Now, we are going to get back to your question. We're just going to skip by it for just a little bit. G. Garikati, something like that, 23. I just need to make sure we get all the start-sit questions before the game kicks off. But we'll definitely look at it in about 30 minutes. Dwayne says, Kupp looks like a scratch. Lay him on bye. Missed the boat on Javonte. Harrison or Hunt in the flex. I personally go with Marvin Harrison Jr. with this being a full PPR format. It's a tough matchup, but Hunt has a tough matchup as well. And there is the outside chance that Clyde Edwards-Helaire comes in and actually sees 20-30% of this backfield, which really could cut into the true ceiling that you have from Kareem Hunt. Now, V Campo coming out with a start-sit question. Here, running back, we are rolling with Chubb, Tracy, Eckler, Bigsby, Brooks. I think you go ahead and you take Tank Bigsby with no Etienne. And then obviously we're leaving the flex spots as is, but we have to, actually, no, maybe not. We may end up having to pivot this around. We have to take Cooper Kupp out of here. I think you plan on playing Tyreek Hill and maybe Josh Downs. Obviously, if we get positive news that Kupp's good to go, then at that point we can pivot. But it's tough to plan on Cooper Kupp with the report saying that Kupp is out. Now, Kurt Weiss says, we have Breece, Wilson, and now Adams. Should I try to make a trade, 1 or 2 of them, and who should we target? It depends what your personal expectations are with the Jets offense. The first fantasy football championship I ever won, I went all in on an offense. It was back with the Chip Kelly, LaShawn McCoy, Deshaun Jackson, Jeremy Maclin, Nick Foles, Eagles offense. We were literally all in. I think our entire lineup was Philadelphia Eagles. Crazy as it sounds. Keep in mind, I was like 12 years old. But just because you have a decent amount of players in a single offense doesn't mean that you inherently need to go ahead and move on from them. Obviously, it will add in a bunch of risk to your team where if you were to get an injury to Rodgers, like RIP, you have no shots. But at the same time, if Rodgers does come through and if he does produce, you are possibly hitting at every position. Looking at the best option we have on the bench to get in the starting lineup this week, it would be Davante Adams. I personally would start Davante Adams over Tank Dell. But that's just me. Now, let's move this over. SW Stoner says Etienne or Charbonnet with and without Walker. I go Etienne over Charbonnet if Walker does play. We go with Charbonnet over Etienne if Walker does miss. Reed or Adams. We're going to go ahead. We are going to be taking Jaden Reed over Devontae Adams for this week. Obviously, we can reevaluate next week. But team used to have Rice just to flex a little bit. Hook 'em. Oh, hook 'em horns, my friend. I agree with you. But yeah, thank you again. Really do appreciate you. And honestly, if you have no Walker, I think it's an exciting spot to get in Charbonnet. Okay. Weston says, do you remember the wager we had, Mr. Dodd? I do not at all. Do you want to remind me what it is? Please remind me what it is, because I have no idea. I'm interested to hear this. But Devin says, starting Evans and Ayuk, starting Carner and Mixon. Where are we going with our two flexes? So we're starting Connor, Mixon, Evans, Ayuk. Two flex spots. I think I go Worthy and Downs. Now, if you wanted to go Whittington over Worthy or Downs, I'm not going to fault you. Now that you're in a situation in which you have no Cooper Kupp. You can go with it. Not super excited about it, though. Now, our next question coming out from Jamil Gray. PPR, Juju, Bateman, Tracy, or Bucky at the flex. If you have no Rachaad White, we go Bucky. If Rachaad White plays, we go Juju. So hard to know right now. But if White plays, I wouldn't be super excited about Bucky. Because then at that point, you're looking at a running back that's in a 3-man RB by committee. And we don't know what the workload looks like. So I think it does depend on the White availability. But Giovanni coming out says, Ayuk over anyone, also Kirk or Richardson. We go Kirk Cousins. Hopefully I'm doing this right to the YouTube chat. Appreciate you, my friend. Get in here, you scared of cat. But anyway, I think this was done correctly. I would go ahead. I would actually play J.K. Dobbins over Brandon Ayuk. And yeah, really the only way I get Ayuk in here with this lineup is if Walker were to miss, then at that point we pivot over to Ayuk. But we should have the clarity before we need to make that decision. Weston says, if Georgia beats Texas and I sign up to Underdog and deposit $10, I get a free team review. Yes, that is true. If Georgia beat Texas and use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy and make a $10 deposit, you get that free team review. Appreciate you, my guy. But let's move this over and refresh the questions that we have on the site to make sure we can get through all of them before the game starts. Bobby Baloney coming out says, lean into Mario at the flex. Just don't trust Cleveland. Can't decide between Sermon and Algier. Do we really need to start 3 backs here? I personally would go Trey Sermon. I don't like it. Obviously, Sermon looks like he is a bum, but at the same time, we can say that he had 18 opportunities last week. Anthony Richardson starting is not great, but it is what it is. And then going down to the flex spot, I don't see who else we could go with outside of Demario Douglas. I think you kind of have to play him. If these are the actual starting lineup requirements in this league. But yeah, if it's like Demario Douglas versus Sean Tucker, for sure give me Demario Douglas. Now, Devon Turbin says, what lineup are we going to be tossing out there? So hopefully we have better flex options than Whittington and Worthy. Going down to the flex, our best options probably Downs. I personally would play Downs over Whittington even with no Kupp. I'm not going to go Tyler Goodson even with no JT. As Sermon, I think, has the majority of the touches here. Not excited about Sermon either. They'll be in a committee. But yeah, I personally would swap Downs and Whittington. Now, T. Shaw coming out with a start set. Here at running back, Jordan Mason, auto start. Wide receiver, we are going to go with Devonta Smith and Jaden Reed. We are going to go with Aaron Jones over Devontae Adams. It is a tough matchup for Aaron Jones, where I don't want to come out here and act like we are super, super excited to jam him in. Obviously, in the case of Devontae Adams, it is his first week as a Jet, where I think you can afford to just be a little bit patient here. Now, our next question is going to be from Gavin. And real quick, we are 2 likes away from hitting 800 likes on this live stream. If you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on the stream for us. Sunday mornings are by far and away the most important live streams that we have on the channel. But Gavin says, I have Jordan Mason, and I really think Douglas is going to have a big game. I'm also 4-2. Well, Brees and Gibbs will be guys that you have to jam in. Wide receiver, Deontay Johnson and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Doesn't matter if you think Demario Douglas is going to have a big game. You can't play Demario Douglas. If you're telling me in this last flex spot we should be able to put in Jordan Mason, we go Jordan Mason. And if we can't go Jordan Mason for whatever reason, then in that case, we go with Harrison. But under no circumstance am I going to be going through and playing Demario Douglas over someone like Jordan Mason this week. You just can't do it. Now, Kaiser says struggling on receivers and flex. So wide receiver, I think we're going to go ahead. We are going to be getting in Evans as well as Brian Thomas Jr. For the flex spot, Jordan Mason is an auto start any week that he is good to go. No McCaffrey is. And we are going to go with Marvin Harrison Jr. Would be a little bit tougher if Harrison wasn't already cleared for the game. But with Harrison being good to go for this game already, I think you can go ahead, play him. Because realistically, what's the other option? Are we really going to roll out Demario Douglas over Marvin Harrison Jr.? There's just no way. There's no way. Now, Love Hurts coming out with a start sit says, this is a PPR league. Also, thanks for all the work. My guy, love the channel. Thank you so much for the support. I really do appreciate it. Here, tight ends, I would go David Njoku over Cade Otton in a full PPR format with no Amari. I think you get a bump in targets. Obviously, it's a horrible offense, so I don't want to sit here and act like we're that excited about it, but we do it. And then going down to the flex spot, it's just a very easy position. You play Jefferson. Jefferson's arguably wide receiver 1 this week. So yeah, I don't think you hesitate with it 1 second. If we need Jefferson at like wide receiver and you need a different flex option, it would be Brian Thomas Jr. Now, Luke King says Etienne, Adams, or Devonta Smith. I would go Smith. I think it's close. It is a tough matchup for Adams. Not only is it a tough matchup, but also at the same time, you're in a situation in which Smith has no Dallas Goedert, so I think you get a slight bump in Smith's targets. Now, Killafo Live says, is Bigsby better than one of the guys in the starting lineup? No, he's not. The issue with Bigsby in comparison to these other backs is Bigsby's just not going to have the receiving usage. I really hope Bigsby outscores J.K. Dobbins for the sake of my underdog teams, but realistically speaking, I don't think you could get him in. Now, Chad coming out says, Jordan Mason is in CMC spot. Need to know who to start in my 3 flex spots. And Stafford in a super flex or other. Stafford, obviously not super exciting with no Kupp, but you probably still start him over these players. So you're going to go ahead. You're going to be playing Aaron Jones, Walker, as well as Brandon Ayuk. And the backup option, if Kenneth Walker were not to play, you pivot over to Amari Cooper. But yeah, please still keep Matthew Stafford in the super flex spot over somebody like Amari. even with this being Amari's first game in, where I'm a little bit concerned that you may only have like 30% of the snaps played for Amari Cooper in this offense. Now, TB coming out says, I have Kupp, Olave, Pacheco hurt on the bench, but just seeing who we should start at the flex and tight end slots. Okay, so going over to running back, we're going to play James Cook. Tight end, we're going to be going with Zach Ertz. No, I'm lying to you. Zach Ertz is definitely more appealing this week than he has been previously with how good the matchup is against Carolina. Sportsbooks projecting out Washington to have the highest scoring offense in the NFL this week. And then going down to the flex, we are going to go with Rhamondre Stevenson. Obviously, it's a little bit risky to rely on Ladd with him not being cleared yet and with the game being super late Monday night. Now, Ape Wrangler says, I need help to decide who to flex. Do we play Ingram or Laporta in the tight end slot? Can't flex a tight end in my league. We wouldn't want to flex a tight end either. I would go Evan Ingram over Sam Laporta this week, knowing that Laporta has a brutal matchup going up against the Vikings. And I'm also going to take Brian Robinson Jr. in our flex spot. Brian Robinson is in the perfect matchup against the Carolina Panthers, where you have a massive spread on this game with a really high total as well. Now, 44 MSU coming out. Here at wide receiver, we are going to go through and we are going to be taking T. Higgins with Harrison having a tough matchup. And down in the flex, we're going to go Harrison as well, despite the tough matchup that you're looking at. But I think both wide receivers just give you a 25-point ceiling every single week. And I don't necessarily know if you're getting that with somebody like Waddle, obviously in an environment with no Tua. But let's refresh this and see if we have any more questions to get through on the site. So we only have 7 questions queued. So obviously, if you wanted to get in your questions, should be answered very, very quickly. If you go over to flockfantasy.com, hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. There you can send in a start sit question, a super message, a trade question, or a team review. You could also hit that button in the live chat that says ask a question here. Now, I will say, of course, if you wanted that team review, I would highly recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have over there on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're going to be getting a free Aaron Rodgers pick, more than less than half a total yard for the Sunday night game. And if you wanted a free team review, all you got to do is use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, make a $10 deposit. If you make a $10 deposit on Underdog Fantasy with code FLOCK on a new account, set up an account on flockfantasy.com as well. Can be an old account that just has the same email address. That way I know who to credit with that free team review voucher. Now, Ginger Baby coming out with a start sit. Here, quarterback, we have Lamar. Running back, Jacobs, Gibbs. Wide receiver, Godwin, Metcalf. What the hell? We're going to go with Darnell Mooney here in our third wide receiver slot. And then going over to the flex, we probably end up playing Jackson Smith-Njigba with JSN. Over the past 3 or 4 weeks, you actually have seen more consistent target usage, which is encouraging. Now, going over to our next question, this is coming out from Preston. Say start sit question where we have Purdy at quarterback, running back Mason Kyron, wide receiver Smith Jefferson. Kyle Pitts at the tight end slot. Flex, we have Chase Brown. The best guy to get in this lineup probably would be Juju Smith-Schuster or Tank Bigsby. Not starting either guy over any of the options that we have right now. Really, Pitts, Purdy would be the only guys that I want to get out, but it looks like we don't have pivot options there either. So I think we leave this as is, to be honest. Now, AJ Cypher says, need the perfect flex, full PBR from Jacobs, Ayuk, Laporta, Wandale, or Ladd. You go ahead, you play Josh Jacobs. Keeping it stupid simple, Josh Jacobs is a running back with a 3-down workload in what should be one of the best offenses in the league. So for me, Josh Jacobs is a must-start player every single week. Now, going over to our next question from Van Gliders. Says, need some advice for the flex. Thank you. Thank you. For the flex spot here, I think I would personally go ahead and take Brian Thomas Jr. You take a step back. Well, yes, Thomas had the very disappointing game last week. It was a really tough matchup against the Chicago Bears. They had to travel week to London as well. Now they are acclimated to London. While at the same time, I mean, sports books are giving them a spread of 6 points in this game. So for me, I'm giving Brian Thomas a good shot at bouncing back this week. Like, I would really like to play Brian Thomas. Now, moving over to our next question. It's coming out from Shaw. Says, what do you think currently starting Baker? Also, we have Nico and Brooks on the IR. Baker, Stroud is up to you. Now that Evans is good to go, I think you can take Baker. And then going down to the flex spot. Yeah, this is tough. I mean, Juju Smith-Schuster, Jamison Williams will be the conversation that we really need to have here. If I'm looking at Juju, this is a receiver that you get the 130-point game from. I'm sorry, 130 receiving yard game from, but at the same time, realistically speaking, it was his first game since 2018 with that yardage. Jamison Williams been averaging 3 targets game over the past 3 weeks. Obviously, very tough matchup going up against the Vikings. Can y'all spam the chat? Would y'all rather start Jamison Williams or Juju Smith-Schuster? Are y'all going to go Jamison Williams or Juju Smith-Schuster? Jamison, Juju, Juju. Seems like the vast majority of people here are on the Jamison Williams side. Like I said, I'm very hesitant to play Jamison Williams this week. Really tough matchup, averaging 3 targets game for a decent little while here. But obviously, the long receiving touchdowns have been there so far. He definitely has more big playability than Juju at this point. But Summer coming out with a massive dono with their start sit question. Really appreciate you. I'm actually going to hook you up with another free start sit question as well. Thank you so much for the big time dono. You should have a free start sit question for me next time you go to the site. Quarterback, we are going to go with Hurts over Purdy for sure. Running back, Jordan Mason, no brainer. Wide receiver, we're going to go ahead and I'll take Ayuk. Darnell Mooney's very close to Ayuk, however. And then down in the flex, with this being a full PPR format, I honestly, it doesn't really matter. I think you go ahead, you take Tony Pollard. With Pollard, should be a garbage offense here going up against the Buffalo Bills. But with that being said, you have no Tajay Spears, so you have all the usage as a receiver in this backfield. So I think you can go ahead and play him. Now let me hit that refresh button, see if we have any more questions on the site to go through. We have 3 more on the site. So again, if you wanted to have any questions in, yours should be answered pretty much immediately. But here, quarterback, we are going to go ahead. We will take Superflex Russell Wilson versus Aiden O'Connell is extremely tough because I know for sure if Russ were to play the entire game, I want Russell Wilson instead. But the reports are saying that Fields and Russ are both going to play. I think you get more Russ than Fields. It's also a tough matchup. I'm going to go Aiden O'Connell, but I absolutely hate it. Hate it. Flex, we go ahead, we play Kareem Hunt. I'm sorry, we go James Conner, even in a tough matchup. Conner, relatively easily. But yeah, phenomenal running back room. We get to start Barkley, Mason, Conner, Walker, Pollard. So, I mean, yeah, this team at that super flex spot really should just be chasing the higher floor with how strong we are at running back. Now, Bobby Baloney says, we traded Ayuk for Etienne, so want to start him. Don't love Jacobs Mason week 7. Can't decide RS versus Tank. First, go Hurts over Love. Second, you play Jordan Mason and Josh Jacobs. Do not go Rhamondre Stevenson. Do not go Tank Bigsby over these guys. These are 3-down running backs and good offenses. Like, typically, I'd say, oh, these guys are close. Kind of up to you. Whatever you want to do. But for me, I honestly don't think that's the case. I don't think that these options are close. I think it's an easy spot to take the 3-down backs. And then, yeah, I bench both Rhamondre and Bigsby and Etienne this week to throw Deontay in there with that flex spot. And obviously, the London game's about to kick off. I'm going to be live reacting to the London game. And over the past few weeks, we've been having watch parties in the live chat too. So if you're planning on watching the London game by yourself, I'd recommend you still stick around in the live chat. Obviously, we'll be able to answer more live chat questions as well. But should be able to all talk about the London game and react to it together here too. But to bunt 2 coming out. Here, quarterback, we have Hurts. Running back, we have Brian Robinson Montgomery. If you need 2 wide receivers, we go A.J. Brown, Deontay Johnson. If we need 1 tight end, we go Cade Otton. And then, yeah, we go Rhamondre over Mooney in the flex spot. I don't know exactly what we were asking here because I don't see any options down on the bench. But let me refresh this one more time, see if any more start-sit questions came in. Here, this one, wide receiver, we go ahead, we play T. Higgins. Actually, I'm sorry. We go with Malik Neighbors, DK Metcalf. Tight end, we go with Kincaid, but it's close. Flex, Jacobs is an auto start. And then between T. Higgins, Garrett Wilson, it's tough. I'd probably go Wilson this week, maybe expecting that Adam starts off a little slow. But honestly, I don't think Adam starts off that slow. Higgins, Wilson's really the question here, and I think it's very close. But let me pull this up full screen so I can, set myself up with the game on another monitor. And 2, so I can see if we have any news regarding Kenneth Walker. I am starting Rhamondre Stevenson this week against Sal in the Flock League, so I really need Rhamondre to go off. Okay, this is what we need in this game. Sal has Evan Ingram. I have Rhamondre Stevenson. We need a big Rhamondre game and nothing for Evan Ingram. A big Rhamondre game and nothing from Ingram. That's what we're going to need. Liam says Mooney or Jackson Smith and Jigba. I probably go Mooney with how good the offense should be, but it's close. Okay. Austin says Rhamondre may give you a good 5. To be honest, I wouldn't be that upset with a good 5 from Rhamondre. We're going to have to delete this. Bam. Okay. Yeah, and obviously, if you have any questions, please go down, drop them in the live chat. I'd be happy to try to answer as many as I possibly can. And also, if you have not done so already, drop a like on this live stream. We are only about 40 likes away from hitting 1,000. Shane says Kareem or Jordan Mason. If you have Jordan Mason, you play Jordan Mason. Hate to say it, I'm going up against Jordan Mason this week. I really hope I'm wrong. But if you have Kareem versus Mason, it's short of Mason. It's not close. Now, Hunt versus Ayuk is close. A full PPR format, I probably go ahead and I probably take Brands and Ayuk there. Emmanuel says, what's up with Kenneth Walker? Okay, we got a little bit distracted. Yes, we do need to figure out the Kenneth Walker situation. Let me pull this up. So, Pats get ball. Let's see. Do we have any Kenneth Walker updates? Not that I see. Drake May, not the best play to start off. Hopefully, was Rhamondre out there to start the game or was it Gibson? It's Rhamondre. Thank God. Thank God. Oh, if Gibson was out there for the first snap, I would have lost my mind. But I have no updates with Kenneth Walker right now. We got Jay says, praying Kenneth Walker is just hungover from his birthday. I cannot imagine being hungover and going and playing a football game. So I haven't drank in probably 2 years now. About that long. So, but back when I would drink, there was a noticeable difference between hangovers at 20 years old versus hangovers at like 24 years old. Night and day difference between the two. One of the reasons we stopped drinking is hangovers in college obviously didn't feel like much. But once I started getting to be 24, they became much, much worse. But so, like, I can't imagine how people are. And Demario Douglas out here cooking. Demario Douglas looking good. But yeah, I can't imagine how people are like in their 30s dealing with hangovers. Juwan says hangovers in your 30s, you turn into a baby. I can't imagine. I just think I'm probably done drinking forever. Like I said, since I started Ironman training, I haven't drank at all. So I think the last time I drank was maybe not exactly 2 years ago, but like 20-ish months ago. And I probably never will again, to be honest. Or hopefully never will. Okay. Go says Mason or Connor. I will go with Jordan Mason over James Conner and then Wan'Dale or Pickens. Give me Pickens. And hope that the passing volume goes up with Russ. Let's see. Jeffrey says start Chase Brown or Tank Dow. This is very close. I probably go with Chase Brown because I am expecting that Brown is the starting back in the future. Can they run the ball here at all? Just Drake May slinging it. Drake May looking good too. But yeah, if you think that there's a chance that you have some usage from Zach Moss, then obviously less appealing to go in that direction. Okay. Dear God, I have a back scratch. Needed that. But let me move this over. Big Rod says, damn, I dropped Douglas to pick up Charbonnet. If you weren't going to play Douglas, I mean, no harm, no foul. Especially if Walker ends up getting ruled out, then Charbonnet is that must-start option. Rhamondre Stevenson, little carry, I believe that was Rhamondre. Let's move this over. Tyrone says, start one, Downs, Amari, or Waddle. Really tough spot to be in. I probably go with Amari Cooper. I'm definitely concerned. I don't want to say concerned, but I'm definitely hesitant to play Amari this week, knowing that there is that outside chance that they just use him for 30% of the snaps, that they use him for 40% of the snaps. So by no means is it a no-brainer here, but I personally would go with Amari. Dobbins versus Jameson. It's going to be J.K. Dobbins for me relatively easily. Marv or Etienne in the flex. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Marvin Harrison Jr. Real quick, we are 2 likes away from hitting 1,000 likes on this live stream. Now only 1 like away. If you have not done so already, go down there, drop that like. Sunday morning live streams are by far and away the most important for us. I have live streamed every single day during the fantasy football season in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024 without missing a single day. That's 5 years. So come on, if you're ever going to drop a like, do it for us now. And subscribe to the channel if somehow you're not subscribed already. And of course, we are going to get to all the questions that we have on the site as well. Let's move this over. And I actually need to set up a little bit of a new element on the site. So give me 1 second. It's going to look ugly. We got to figure this out. Let's move it down. But we had to change from capturing the display to capturing the window because obviously we need the Pats game on the other side. And OBS would block us from doing that. But let's refresh this. We are going to get to a roster review from G Carrot Caddy 23. Going to be super excited to check this out for you, my friend. Now, of course, if y'all wanted to get a roster review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you want, you can go to flockfantasy.com, hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice, or just go through the link in the live chat that says ask a question here. And there you can submit a team review, trade question, start sit question, super message, whatever you are wanting. If you wanted a team review, I'd highly recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're going to be getting a free Aaron Rodgers pick for the game tonight, more than less than half a total yard. And you're going to be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single day. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who to credit with that free team review voucher. But we're going to get this going for G Karate. And let me hook you up with a free trade question and a free start sit question here as well. Thank you so much for, of course, supporting the channel. And if you had a start sit question or a trade question you want to send in at any point, it's not like they expire in this stream. You can go ahead and use those free question vouchers. But says we traded Pickens for Amari. Great deal. Debating on trading JT. We're sitting at 2-4. Obviously, it's going to be very difficult to pull off a trade within the next 3 hours. But yeah, on a 2-4 roster, typically you are in a position where it makes sense for us to go through and trade long-term value pieces for short-term producers. So somebody like Jonathan Taylor is a player that we can look to move on from with a 2-4 team in particular. But going over to what we have with this team, this is the return of the Jedi. This is the 3rd team in the league analyzer, so we have a decent amount of value on this roster. It's a league where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly. Big Rhamondre Stevenson play. Let's freaking go. But since we can start up to 4 receivers weekly, we do want to go through and we want to build around wide receiver depth. Now, looking at quarterback, we are currently rolling out Jalen Hurts. With Hurts, you start him every single week, regardless of the matchup. He's already through his bye week as well, so there's no reason to roster another quarterback here. Going over to what we have at running back, We are currently sitting with Jonathan Taylor, who long-term RB1. Thank God we get Brian Robinson in this week. So this week we go Brian Robinson, Chase Brown. Hopefully next week we get JT back in, and all of a sudden we just have a goated running back room. We have Tracy, Warren, Chandler down at the bottom end as well. For me, I think Ty Chandler would be a very easy player to cut now that Aaron Jones is fully healthy, and with the addition of Cam Akers in this backfield. If you were to get an injury to, say, Aaron Jones, Ty Chandler probably splits the role with Cam Akers at that point. Whereas if you look at what we have over there on the waiver wire, you have very exciting players. Like, you can go ahead and you can go pick up Braylon Allen. And where if Breece Hall were to get injured, then Braylon Allen does become an absolute must-start name every single week. So I would cut Chandler. I would pick up Braylon Allen. Going over to wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown, DK Metcalf, Amari Cooper, Deontay Johnson, and Xavier Worthy. So here at wide receiver, it's a league where the depth does matter a little bit more. God, who just scored in New England? New England scores freaking JaMycal Hasty. Oh my God. That couldn't go to Rhamondre. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Hasty comes out with the touchdown. Freaking brutal. I was like, that doesn't look like Rhamondre. I knew watching him run in the end zone, I was like, that doesn't look like Rhamondre. I think Gibson's hurt, but he looked too small to be Rhamondre. Drake May looks good, but yeah, that freaking sucks. But anyway, going over and looking at this, we have more than enough wide receiver depth with this roster. Absolutely, I really like where we are at. I mean, I would say Worthy's another one of these players that you get more long-term upside out of than short-term production, and you can make an argument on a 2 and 4 roster. That's something that we're looking to maybe move off of. But at the same time, from what I have seen that nobody is really willing to pay up for Worthy. So you're probably just going to be sitting here with Worthy for quite some time. I'm going over to what we have with tight end. We have Pitts. Pitts definitely not like the must-start option. We need him in our lineup every single week, regardless of matchup. Like, I wouldn't fault you if you wanted to move off of Kyle Pitts in terms of picking up another option on the waiver wire and playing him based off matchups. So, like, looking at what we have here, you could potentially pick up Tucker Kraft. The issue is, like, realistically speaking, who would you go through and who would you drop here to get Kraft? I'm assuming Keaton Mitchell's on the IR. If Keaton Mitchell's taking up an active roster spot, it's kind of an easy spot to drop Mitchell. I think with this team, the only thing I could really say is let's drop Chandler. Let's pick up Braylon Allen. And if you can find a team in your league that's excited to give you production now for the long-term upside, where if you can sell, say, Jonathan Taylor and Xavier Worthy in a package to a team that maybe has a strong winning record right now, like if we can go Taylor and Worthy to get to Barkley, absolute no-brainer. If we can go Taylor and Worthy to maybe get to Kenneth Walker, if Walker plays, maybe that could be interesting. Or Taylor straight up for Jahmyr Gibbs. I think I would trade Taylor straight up for Gibbs here on a 2 and 4 roster. Obviously, it's just going to be difficult to get a trade done before the games kick off in 3 hours. And looking at a potential trade involving Taylor after the main slate of games, It'll probably be less interesting knowing that he could be good to go in week 8, which is crazy to say that we are already in week 8 here, but I hope I was able to help you out in some way. Ultimately, I think you have a very good team. I think you've just had some bad injury luck so far. Like we had the Hurts, AJ Brown stack. AJ Brown gets hurt, which hurt our production from both guys. But yeah, going into the future, I think you should have a much better squad. Again, I did hook you up with that free team review voucher. I'm sorry, that free start sit and that free trade question voucher. So if you have either one of those questions, if you have something specific you want to send my way, don't hesitate to do so. Would be happy to go through and answer those for you. But thank you again, and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. Move this over. Just got to plug something in. Okay. But let's move this over to our next question. It's coming out from Kumo Dude. Here, we started May in the Superflex. Looks good now. Obviously, I hope we started Rhamondre Stevenson. Harrison would be my second option here in the flex. And then I'd probably go with Kareem Hunt. If you wanted to go somebody else, it would be Dell. But yeah, I mean, maybe you started Demario Douglas. I definitely wouldn't have told you to start Demario Douglas, but Douglas and specifically May, they have looked really good. Now, Daniel coming out with a start set. Here for the flex, it's easy. You just go ahead and you play Jordan Mason. God, get him. Evan Ingram. Are you freaking kidding me? We cannot have a big Evan Ingram game. Whatever happens. We cannot have an Evan Ingram day. Evan Ingram already 2 receptions, 21 receiving yards. Brutal. But yeah, we go with Jordan Mason, 3-down running back. Good offense. No hesitation. Yeah, he got injured last week, but who cares? He's good to go. Now, McLaurin Flock FF says, need a flex advice. CMC is Jordan Mason. So here, quarterback. For me, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to play either Anthony Richardson or Darnold. I probably go Darnold given the good matchup that you have this week. And down in the flex, I'm going to go ahead. I will take Chase Brown. Where if we are looking at Chase Brown, appears that he has taken over the starting job in what should be a very high value backfield. Now, KJ says, I have no idea who to start at the flex. Thank you for everything. No, thank you so much, of course, for being a long-time member of the flock, my friend. We have Chuba Hubbard, so I mean, this is an absolute no-brainer. You just go ahead and you play Chuba. This is a phenomenal, phenomenal team. The only thing that I would change, I would actually go with Deontay Johnson instead of T. Higgins, with how high scoring this game should be against Washington. But JD Skinner coming out here, quarterback. I'm rolling with A-Rich over Fields, of course. Running back, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play Pollard and Connor. Wide receiver, we have Tyreek, JSN, and I guess Romeo Dobbs. We have no Kupp, no Collins this week. Tight end, we go Pitts. And then the flex, if Walker plays, you go Tracy. If Walker misses, we go Charbonnet. But obviously, we just don't know yet. But let's refresh this, see if we have any more questions on the sites. We have 2. L. Herbert coming out, says full BBR. We have to start 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and 2 flex spots. We're going to be starting Walker and Montgomery as our 2 backs. We're going to be going with Chase and Evans as our 2 receivers. And our 2 flex, we're going to stay at the wide receiver position, and we're going to be going with Devonta Smith and Garrett Wilson. Now, Nick says, my 2 flex spots, please. Bucky Irving, Najee Harris are in there now. If we were to pivot to somebody else, possibly be Amari Cooper, I would go Amari over Bucky if Rachaad White plays. Because if White plays, then at that point, you're looking at a 3-man running back by committee in Tampa, where I think it'd be very difficult to project any of those guys with confidence. But it is not looking too hot for us right now in the Flock League. Like I said, we are projected to lose this, so we need something good to happen here. I thought that we were going to be in a great spot with our Javonte performance Thursday, but we had the pleasure of knowing that we had to go up against the Denver Broncos defense against Sal. So we get the bump from Javonte Thursday night, but we get the hit with Denver blowing up. Now let's move this over. Question in the chats. Well, we got a message saying Jags are so uninspiring. It's insane. It is crazy. What's the Trevor Lawrence contract? I just don't understand how it operates in the NFL where it's like, oh, if you're going to be our starting quarterback, no matter what, you get all the money. Like, I don't see how there's like not a happy medium here. But yeah, Lawrence has he has 200 million guaranteed. Lawrence has guaranteed money through 2028. So the Jags are for sure with Lawrence. 2024, 2025, 2026, 2027. And then maybe they could pivot elsewhere in 2028. Obviously, you change the coaching staff before you change Lawrence, but yeah, something needs to change in Jacksonville. Okay. Yeah, Jacksonville looks horrendous. Laura had to play against the Broncos defense as well. Just absolutely brutal spot. It just sucks. It's like you're watching the game and going, like, you're just having to root for Spencer Rattler to try to score. We got Waddle or Trey Tucker. I'm going to go Waddle. I think both quarterbacks are garbage. But I think Waddle's a better receiver than Tucker is. Tyrone says Gibbs is a must start, and it's not even close. I agree. I mean, I think both Detroit backs are guys that you need to start. Obviously, maybe you temper expectations with the tough matchup. But still. Miguel says Rhamondre TD here. Mason manifesting it. I have like a problem, to be honest, where I am convinced that I'm convinced I can manifest everything, which obviously in certain areas of my life does work out. Like, I think that's why we were able to do the Ironman, but I am convinced with my fantasy football team that I can just manifest wins, which obviously is not true. But I'm convinced if I say that I'm going to win enough and say that my team's good enough, that it will happen, which I would love for you to manifest a Rhamondre touchdown for us here. We got a Rhamondre target, but looked horrible. Migo says, if Walker misses, do I load up Charbonnet instead of Zach Moss? If Walker misses, Charbonnet's a top 10 RB. Like, if Walker misses, you for sure go through and jam him in. Third down for New England, 3rd and 4. Just pick up the first. Drake May, oh dear God, looking funny, but running for the first down. What's hilarious here is I clowned on Danny for starting Drake May over Kirk Cousins. And Drake May's out here cooking. Drake May, 8 points, first quarter. Oh, Gibson's back in. Sucks for us with Rhamondre. Yeah, Drake May is showing that the Patriots may have some life here. Showing that he may be able to elevate. So let's see. Jackson, Swift or Metcalf rest of season? Depends on your format. Depends on your team. Like in the Flock League where it's a full PPR league and you can start 2 receivers and 2 flex spots every week, I would rather have Metcalf. But if it's a shallower form, oh dear God, Drake May with the needle. But if you're playing in like a 10-team league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex where the wide receiver depth doesn't matter, then probably DeAndre Swift. Yeah, Jags are horrendous. Gatlin says, are we thinking Mason or Devontae at the flex? I would go Jordan Mason. If you have Jordan Mason, you play Jordan Mason this week. I'm having to go against him, so it sucks, but Jordan Mason, 3-down running back in a good offense. I don't know what else we're looking for. Get Antonio Gibson off the field and get Rhamondre Stevenson in. What are we doing? But we got Matthew in the chat says Hunter Henry League winner. I mean, if Drake May is able to elevate this offense, obviously it helps the running backs, it helps the receivers, it helps everyone involved. Now, let me pull this back over. I think we have some more questions in on the site. Motherflocka says 2 and 4. Do I make this deal? Once CMC gets back, I lose the trade. But right now, my running back room is struggling. I'm sure we have Bijan and then I guess Tank Bigsby in our lineup this week. Wide receiver rolling out Flowers, London, probably Addison in the flex. So honestly, I know this sounds weird, but I think this kind of comes down to, did you start Tank Dell already? Because if you already started Tank Dell, then in that case, you're not really able to use the Jordan Mason production to like get really excited about it. I mean, I think you can possibly obviously, if you're looking at my rankings, I'm going to have DeAndre Swift ahead of Jordan Mason rest of season. But if you can play Jordan Mason this week, where you bench Tank Bigsby, and it is a league where you're 2 and 4 and we need wins right now, and Zach Moss would be other option, I think you could potentially consider it. But again, I do have Swift ranked higher. I think Swift is the winning side. Nate coming out with a trade question says, want to upgrade, get Brooks from the IR. Running back, we have Hall, JT, Chase Brown, Etienne, Allen. Wide receiver, we have Neighbors, Debo, Amon-Ra. Should we hold Waddle? I think you have enough talent here at wide receiver that we can use Waddle as that 2-for-1 piece to go out there and get an upgrade to Bijan Robinson. Obviously, I don't love the fact we are trading away Waddle before you get back to this next week, but still, I think you can go get Bijan here. Jake coming out with the start says, hey Mason, not sure to start at running back, getting screwed by injuries. 5-1 entering today. We go Jacobs, for sure. Our other spot would probably go Singletary. Not excited about it, though. Wide receiver, we go with Jefferson, Smith. Flex, we go Reed. Obviously not considering running back there. And then tight end, we go Frymuth with no Goddard. But let's submit that and let's pull this back over. And if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. I'd be happy to try to get to as many as we can. Mighty Bush, I did answer your question. If you just go through and maybe rewind a bit or skip forward a bit with the custom link that was sent to you and just play around with it, I'm sure you can find your answer. Yeah. Well, this is why I did not want to start Rhamondre Stevenson. As Rhamondre Stevenson, before you had the foot injury, he was already into committee with Antonio Gibson. Played the exact amount of snaps the last time we had both these guys good to go. Rhamondre Stevenson is now back in the game, though. He's back in the game. Gosh dang. We get Stevenson, but there's a flag, so... Okay, we're good. Okay. Harvey says, was Demario Douglas a good start now that Kupp's out? I mean, obviously, Demario Douglas is looking good at this point. If you knew that you were going to have Drake May looking this good, I'd say for sure he's a solid start now. Okay, and I would go with Jordan Mason over Devon Etienne Iceberg. The Jags back-to-back offsides. Jags are horrendous. Gosh, your boy is tired. We obviously stayed up extremely late live streaming last night and woke up extremely early. I woke up to my alarm. I use my watch for an alarm, and I had it like under me like this. And I got up, was like, oh, dear God. And then no longer heard the alarm going. And I was like, oh, did I dream? Can I get back up? I mean, can I go back to sleep? And then sadly I realized it wasn't my phone going off. It was the watch. And I looked, I was like, dear God, I actually have to get out of bed. Okay. But Morgan says, should I start Harrison, Wandale, or Worthy? Please help. It's very funny that people are this worried about Marvin Harrison. If you go back to my rankings last week, we ranked Marvin Harrison as a mid wide receiver 2, mid to low end wide receiver 2, and everybody was in the comment section screaming, oh my gosh, you have no idea what you're doing. Harrison's going to absolutely crush, blah, 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 blah. Harrison's going to prove you wrong. Everybody hyping up Harrison. Now Harrison gets a concussion, leaves the game early, coming off a game with 0 points, which should have no impact on what's happening this next week. And nobody wants to start Marvin Harrison. Harrison was a low-end wide receiver 2 weeks ago. Harrison's probably still a low-end wide receiver 2 now. Let's see. Tur says, Minnesota shootout, question mark. Is it worth flexing Addison? I think Addison is in a very strong game environment here. I mean, obviously, you can't really run the ball against the Detroit Lions. And sportsbooks are currently putting an over-under of this game at 50.5 points. So I think Addison's definitely somebody that you can look at. I'll check again to see if we have any Kenneth Walker updates. Last I've seen, I don't think so. We really need a Rhamondre touchdown here. We really need a Rhamondre TD. Rhamondre is in the game. Rhamondre reception, we'll take it. Rhamondre dances to pick up a couple yards. I'll take the 1 point for the reception. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Do we have anything on Kenneth Walker? No, we do not. Yeah, I can't find anything with Kenneth Walker. So, obviously this game in Atlanta. So I'm assuming this is a 1 p.m. kickoff, right? But assuming that this is this is a 1 p.m. Eastern kickoff. So you should have confirmation by the time you need it that if you can play Charbonnet. If Charbonnet's out there on your waiver wire, go pick him up right this second. As if you were to have no Stevenson, obviously Charbonnet is just an absolute crusher here. Matthew says people are saying he's faking an illness because it's his birthday. Yeah. I see everybody going, oh, he's in Atlanta. He went out to the club. He's hungover. Blah, 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 blah. But how old is he turning? Let me see. Let me know in the live chat. Is there anybody out here that's much love, Mighty Bush. I'm sorry that the timestamp may have been off a bit. To be completely honest with you, I accidentally hit start streaming on flockfantasy.com at like 5 minutes after I hit it on YouTube. So the link's probably off a little bit, which isn't a big deal for Sunday morning because most people are going to see their question answered immediately. But he's turning 24. Oh, you're turning 24. Come on. You know what I've done for my 22-year-old, 23-year-old, 24-year-old, 25-year-old, and 26-year-old birthdays now? I've sat in this chair and I've live streamed answering fantasy football questions on YouTube. We have freaking partied. Freaking partied. Okay. Burr says Josh Allen or Jalen Hurts. With no Goddard and with Amari added in, I'd probably go Allen, but it's close. But let me move over and see if we have any more questions on the site. Obviously, if you ever wanted to get a guaranteed answer to any of your questions, you could always hit that button in the live chat that says ask a question here, or you can go over to flockfantasy.com, hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. There, if you hit that expert advice button, you can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, or a super message, whatever you are wanting to do. And obviously, if you wanted that team review, I'd highly recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have over there on Underdog Fantasy, where if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you're going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you'll be getting a free Aaron Rodgers pick, more than less than half a total yard for tonight's game. And you will be getting a free team review on flockfantasy.com, which we're doing every single day. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. That way I know who to hook up with that free team review voucher. But Ginger Baby asking a start sit question here. JSN, Darnell Mooney, Jordan Whittington. Obviously, Whittington does get a bump up now that you're in a spot where you have no Cooper Kupp. But with that being said, it's still going to be very tough to make the argument for Whittington. Darnell Mooney and JSN are in a game that has an over-under of 50.5 points. Should be very high scoring. For me, I think we probably go ahead and we take Darnell Mooney. Obviously, Mooney was a sell-high candidate for us 2 weeks ago in the environment in which he was coming off of a 500-yard game with Kirk Cousins. So it's kind of easy. To see maybe some regression here, just given the offense. Now, going over to our next question, but this week should be a really good spot. But going over to Ryan says, we traded Neighbors for Puka and CMC. We are 5-1 right now. So Neighbors for Puka and CMC. You did not get enough value, and I don't like it. However, because you're 5-1, there's a chance that it works out if you think CMC is going to come back. Pulling up this team. Currently, we're sitting with the combo of Baker Mayfield and Drake May. I would have told you previous to this, and honestly, I'm still going to tell you now, what the hell are we doing rostering Drake May? I understand that Mahomes has been very bad. The passing volume hasn't been there. Drake May looks very good. However, with that being said, I would still rather have Patrick Mahomes off the waiver wire for free rather than Drake May. So for me, I go drop May. I pick up Mahomes. Going over to running back, we are rolling with Taylor and Bijan Robinson. So we're looking at 2 top 10 running backs rest of season. Hey, and real quick, if I'm going to actually, let me do something real quick. I see we have the bots coming in and spamming fake links in the chat. So I'm going to hook Ginger Baby up with mod status. Obviously, Ginger Baby asking 1,000 questions on the site always. So I'm pretty sure I can trust you here. But if you see somebody that's like spamming the streaming NFL games here link, be nice if you could go through and if you could hide them in the chat. But I think Ginger Baby's maybe the second person we've made moderator all season now. But anyway, this is a team where you have 2 top 10 running backs rest of season. We have CMC, possibly if he does come back. Obviously, he is a locked and loaded starter as well. So honestly, as we're looking at this roster, running back, you're really strong. I would personally go ahead and now drop Raheem Mostert, pick up Zach Charbonnet. With Charbonnet, you're looking at a running back that if you were to get Kenneth Walker missing this week or really any week, he immediately projects to be a top 10 option. So I don't know. I would rather go ahead and take the running back that has a clear path to being a top 10 option. Whereas if I'm looking at Raheem Mostert, I don't particularly see that. Going over to receiver, we have Puka, Higgins, Dell, Jameson. So we're okay. But I mean, I would love to see if we could sell high on Jameson. Looking at Jamison, he's averaged 3 targets game over the past 3 weeks. You're banking on the long receiving touchdowns. In a 10-team league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, it's not necessarily somebody that I'm wanting to trust. So what I would love to do here is I would love to cut Mostert, pick up Stevenson, cut May, pick up Mahomes. See if we can trade the depth running backs like Chase Brown, Zach Moss. Trade both of them in a deal to a team that maybe needs help at RB. This team right now is starting Kareem Hunt, Devin Singletary this week. Where we can send like Chase Brown, Zach Moss, and say Jamison Williams to pivot over and maybe get the combo of them. Maybe even pivot over to Chase. That'd be an absolute. If you can go Zach Moss, Chase Brown, and then like Tank Dell and pivot over to Chase, or Jamison and pivot over to Chase, that'd be a no-brainer. But honestly, the Cincy backs for Diggs could be something we think about here as well. But if we were to do that, I'd probably want to actually get an upgrade at quarterback too. So if you could maybe go ahead and look to trade, say, the combo of Baker Mayfield, the Cincy backs, and Jamison Williams, and go get the upgrade of Jaden Daniels and Stephon Diggs, I think that'd be very interesting. This team's maybe starting Tyrone Tracy this week. Going through and trying to make one of those same deals by giving them the Cincy backs and getting back Lamar, Jefferson, and obviously including a quarterback, including a wide receiver. I think we could look to do that as well. But yeah, so I think we try to sell the running back depth now that we have CMC, package it with Jamison to get the best wide receiver we can, or patch it with Mahomes to get to an elite level quarterback. Package it with Baker. Drop May, pick up Mahomes for free off the waiver wire. Drop Mostert, pick up Charbonnet for free off the waiver wire. I think that's about it, my friend. But I really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Now, Trevdor, longtime member of the flock, coming out, says, thank you, King Mason. No, thank you. Here, James Conner, easy start, even in a tough matchup. Wide receiver, we're going to be going with Evans. And then for the flex spot, I think we are going to go ahead. We will just take Jaden Reed here. We're obviously, if you told me Chase Brown's going to have 20-plus opportunities in this Bengals offense, we go with Brown, but it's not inherently a guarantee right now. Let's refresh this, see if we have any more questions. Here we got Trevor coming out again. Here at running back, we go with probably Jordan Mason, James Cook in the flex, and then we go with Deontay Johnson, which should be a very high-scoring game environment here with Carolina, Washington. Now, Ace Stacy says, how does the lineup look? Should I get Whittington involved at all? Maybe sit Moss. I would sit Eckler before I would sit Moss, maybe. Looking at the best options on our bench, I do think that Jordan Whittington's probably the best option now that you have. No, I'm actually going to sit Kraft for Whittington. We don't want to be flexing a tight end. Assuming that you have no Cooper Kupp, which is what reports are saying right now, I think you go ahead and you play Whittington over Kraft. But looking at this, the Jags have driven down the fields. Tank Bigsby gets a carry inside the 10-yard line and gets stopped. 3rd and goal for the Jags. Can this team score a touchdown? Anybody but Evan Ingram. What we need is anybody but Evan Ingram. Anybody but Ingram. Come on. Hit Brian Thomas. Give it to Bigsby. Brian Thomas. Buy low candidate. Must start wide receiver for us this week. Let's freaking go. Hope you listened. Hope you started Brian Thomas. Thank God that did not go over to Evan Ingram, or your boy would be a sad, sad soul here. That's Brian Thomas. Touchdown. Next is, yo, Mason, do you even sleep? Big bro is the king of consistency. I sleep a little bit. It's tough. I was expecting that this season would have slowed down so far. I'm sorry, by this point, where maybe we would have had fewer questions on the site. The live streams wouldn't still be 5 hours. At least in the past, that's what had happened. Like when we would just do the super chat live streams, this time of year, things would be slowing down. But I think it's maybe as more people start sending questions in on the site, they like the experience because we're actually getting more questions now than we were at the beginning of the season, and live streaming just as much now as we were at the beginning of the year, which is very rare for us at this time of the season. So I was talking to the developers too, saying like, if we are getting this many questions through the site and I'm live streaming for 5 hours a day in week 7, next season when we're in weeks 1 and 2, I may be live streaming for 7-8 hours a day, which at that point, I have absolutely no idea how I would sleep at that point. Yeah, it would be very tough. Because right now we're hanging on by a thread. And yeah, I do think that obviously I know some people preferred super chats at first, right when we rolled out with the website, but I think with the improvements that we made to the website and most people seeing like, oh, this actually does work a lot better. It seems like most people ask a question on the website, then ask another, then ask another, then ask another, just because it's a much better experience than super chats were, which is the entire reason we've worked so hard on it. Leo says, should we start Tyreek or Ayuk? I'd probably go with Tyreek Hill, but I do think it's extremely close, to be honest. Amita says, so much better as a viewer. This is something I meant to ask y'all. Like, when we're live streaming, do y'all prefer us going through and like answering questions with this format rather than how we used to, where it would just be super chats get brought up on the screen like this? What looks better? Do y'all prefer the like little stream mode that we have set up where I can go through and this is how I'm viewing it? As for me, I figured it'd be a little bit better like this on the site, but I'd be interested to know what y'all think as a viewer, even if you don't ask questions on the site. Daniel says, love to see the whole team. Okay, good to know. Lost Blaster says, need a team review, but can't get any verification codes sent my way, G. If you having this issue, if you can join the Discord, which is linked in the description, and send a message in the site issue section, one of the developers would be happy to help you out. And also, if y'all would want other creators on the website that you're used to asking them questions in live streams and you think the website would be better, make sure you let other creators know, hey, you should go on the Flock website so I can ask you questions through there. If you want other creators on this, obviously, if you don't care, if you'd rather just super chat to other creators. If a creator that you like, that you ask questions to is not on the website already, I would go ahead and I would let them know that you would prefer with the website. That would help me out a lot, to be honest. Okay. But let's move it over. Your Sox United says, what's your opinion on the league median record system? So I think if you are a very serious fantasy football player where you're going, you know what? I'm doing this for a living. I'm going to be playing in 50 fantasy football leagues. Obviously, having a league median will smooth out the variance and it will make things less random and lucky week to week. However, with that being said, in the Flock League, having one opponent and being able to go through and really focus all in on that, talk trash to them, know what you need. For me, I think it's added a really fun element to things. And if you were in a league with your buddies and you wanted it to be more so intense, I would rather not have the league median. Whereas maybe if you're playing in a league with a bunch of random people where you don't really care about creating rivalries or going through, talking smack to him, tracking a single matchup, then a league median maybe makes more sense. Okay. Now, let's move this over to our next question. Death Vidar says, we have a tough call between Smith and Adams, leaning Smith. I would go Smith. You have no Dallas Goedert. Not only do you have no Dallas Goedert, but it can't hurt to be a little hesitant with Davante Adams this week. You have a tough matchup against Pittsburgh. Obviously, it's his first weekend. I'm definitely more hesitant about Amari than I am with Davante Adams. Like, I don't want to tell anybody that they have to bench Adams here. But in comparison to Devonta Smith, I think Smith absolutely crushes this week. Now, Motherflock coming out with a start-sit question. Here for the flex, we are looking at Swift. No Swift, no Brooks. It's really going to be Addison, Ladd, Dell, Downs. I think we go ahead, we take Dell. Like Jordan Addison, obviously, is a player that is in a really good game environment, could be a potential shootout. So I think Addison would be my pivot. I don't want to roll the dice on Ladd McConkey, however, with Ladd not being cleared, good to go on Monday night just yet. And with you having just a very strong option here with Dell anyway. I think that there's no reason that you need to roll the dice there with Ladd. Okay. Amita says, Mason, how could you start Stevenson over Hasty? I wish I didn't start Stevenson. I really did. I wish I would have just started Waddle over Stevenson. I let y'all bully me into Stevenson. Not only is he splitting with Gibson, but yeah, the usage that you're getting for Hasty as well. Rhamondre Stevenson's in a 3-man running back by committee. He's not just splitting with Gibson. Now, Motherflocka coming out here at running back. Jordan Mason, Bijan Robinson, auto starts. Wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play T. Higgins and Jaden Reed. For the flex, I think we're going to go right back to running back. We'll play Etienne. Obviously, not super excited about it, knowing that Tua isn't going to be coming back till hopefully next week. But you do have sportsbooks giving us some respect here to this Miami Dolphins offense, where right now they are projected out, I believe, to score like 20.5 points, something along those lines, which obviously is a much higher mark than what we have seen from them so far this year. Now, moving this over to our next question. This is coming out from Swift Smith. It says Pollard or Charbonnet if Walker doesn't play. Appreciate that, my guy. Appreciate you. I would go with Charbonnet if Pollard doesn't play. Now, obviously, if Pollard does play, if Walker does play, then we go Pollard. But yeah, if you have no Kenneth Walker, Charbonnet should just be in a much better offense and a much better game environment. Pollard is a safe play, though, with no Spears, and that you're just going to get every single target out of them, every single touch, every single opportunity in this backfield. 84 Bandit says, trying to decide between Tyreek, Etienne, or Zay for the last wide receiver in flex. Thanks, Mason. Thank you. For the last wide receiver, I personally probably go ahead and take Tyreek Hill. I understand that obviously Flowers been much better over the past 2 weeks, but you've had the weeks in which the Baltimore Ravens weren't able to, not weren't able to, but didn't have to throw the ball when they get out to a lead early. And in that kind of environment, Flowers is just kind of immediately erased. So it's not super easy. But I think we would just go ahead and we would take Etienne. 3 down back. You get the receiving usage. I definitely don't love it, though. Definitely don't love it. Now, let's move this over to Delano says Mason is Ray Davis playing today. I haven't seen any updates. Obviously, inactives, actives are about to come out. But James Cook's completely off the injury report, so there's no world in which I'm playing Ray Davis. No way. Brian Thomas, bomb. Brian Thomas, Trevor Lawrence, bomb here. Love to see it. Hope you bought low on Brian Thomas Jr. Hope y'all bought low. Who has him in the flock league? Oh, God, I'm tired. Let me see. No Evan Ingram here. Evan Ingram touchdown kills me. Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him. Okay. I even hate that he got the reception, but still. I think Austin maybe has Brian Thomas Jr. Austin's going up against Zach this week. Interesting. Austin is one of the developers on flockfantasy.com. Get Brian Thomas Jr. back in the game. Come on. Take Evan Ingram out. Evan Ingram's tired. He needs a breather. Brian Thomas Jr. leading all rookie receivers in receiving yards so far. Bigsby touchdown. Come on, get in there. No, never mind. Gets tackled inside the 10. Bigsby is somebody I don't have in the flock league, but I drafted a ridiculous amount of him in Underdog best ball drafts. So I would love for Bigsby to come out and have a big game. Obviously, a big game for Bigsby at any point of the year does help your boy a ton. Was that Bigsby or was that? Yeah, Tank Bigsby takes it down, gets tackled at the 1. Tank Bigsby just looks so much better than Travis Etienne. So are we going to get a Bigsby touchdown? Tank Bigsby touchdown. Let's freaking go. Perfect. Exactly what we are needing here. No Evan Ingram. Doesn't hurt us in the flock league. And at the same time, helps us with our underdog teams. Bigsby, TD, perfect. Brian says, is Etienne going to be traded out? I mean, it does make sense. Some people always come through and come up with like the most ludicrous players to get traded as if it's Madden. But here, if you're looking at Etienne, the Jags, I mean, even if they win this game, are a 2-5 team. That's not like they're really a Super Bowl contender this year. Etienne coming to the end of his rookie deal anyway. See, I mean, if somebody would trade for Etienne, I think the Jags are have more than enough reason to just get rid of him. But I don't think Etienne's droppable by any means. Skylar says Etienne taking a spot when healthy. Y'all are crazy. I don't know. Crest Pop says, I wish Etienne was droppable. Got like 3 L's because of him. Yeah, like looking at guys like Etienne and Rachaad White that have been obviously extremely disappointing. I understand the thought process and wanting to move on from them. But I don't think you can. Buke says, is Evan Ingram hurt? Would help me, but I don't think so. I mean, Evan Ingram was just on the field and got a target in the red zone there. Liam says Whittington or Darnell Mooney. Please start Darnell Mooney over Whittington. Mooney's in a really good spot here in this game. Falcons have the second highest total of any team in the NFL this week. Pretty much using KJ Osborne as a running back now. Dear God. Get Rhamondre some running back point. Get him some touches. Gibson's on the field now. Freaking pitiful. Get Rhamondre in there. Daddy says Goodson or Sermon. I go Sermon. I don't want to start either guy, though. Correct answer. God, Hunter Henry, what are you doing? But the answer to which Indianapolis running back do I start is you start neither of them. If you have to start one, you go with the guy that had 18 touches last week. But I would rather not. Liz says, move Stevenson down your rankings, Mason. We can see where I have Stevenson. I'm already extremely low on Stevenson. Like we can look at my rest of season ranks. We can look at my weekly ranks. Y'all can criticize them this week if y'all are wanting. Going ahead and looking at this. I have Stevenson the rest of season at RB32. Do we move mine Bucky, Moss, White? It looks like Bigsby's going to be flying up these. Week 7, we had Rhamondre Stevenson ranked as RB27 behind Nick Chubb, behind Najee Harris. Like how much lower you want me to put Rhamondre? I'm already extremely low on Rhamondre. Jaden says Kupp is out. Yes, Cooper Kupp should be out. We will have no Cooper Kupp. And you know what I'm going to do right now during this stream? Your boy needs a sleep mask. My sleep mask I lost. I've been having to use like a shirt to go to sleep. I need like total darkness to sleep. Let's see this. And yeah, you've had no Demario Douglas in for a bit. Douglas was cooking at the beginning. What it seems like is New England had their first 15 plays or so scripted. They had worked on him up practice all week. They got him. They worked well. Now that they're having to kind of go off script, not so much. God. One thing that I'm probably OCD about, and it's like embarrassing to admit this, I need to get over it, is my dog who's just laying right there. You hear me talking about you. Licking her paws drives me insane. Almost hit Jalen Polk deep, broken up. The Jags are coming. The Jags look like they're going to get this. Okay. Your socks, United. Says, my dog used to lick your paws while I was sleeping, and I'd wake up to it all night. That's literally what happens to me every night. Every night I hear. Or Jags return a punt for a touchdown. Oh, the celebration gets to the 1 yard line, turns around, falls backwards into the end zone. The Jags hyping up their London crowd. Hilarious. The Jags look like they are taking this game. When each team had one drive, everybody here, including myself, was like, oh, yeah, the Jags are horrible. The Patriots are stomping them. But crazy. Charlie says, do you have Jordan Whittington with no Kupp or Marvin Harrison Jr.? For sure, I'd go Harrison over Whittington. Not close. John says, my opponent picked the Jags defense up 2-5. Here we go. Brutal. I should have picked up the Jags defense. Instead, we got, I want to say, Baltimore. Not for this week's matchup, but for next week's matchup. Should be decent. Tyram says May will come out in the second half. I don't think so. Jerome says Harrison or Jameson. Like I said, I ranked Harrison as a mid to low end wide receiver 2 last week. I was screamed at that I was disrespecting him. And now everybody off of him because he gave 0 points last week because he went out with a concussion. What were you expecting? Leave the game with the concussion. You just have no hope to do anything. Please. Anybody but Ingram. Brian Thomas Jr. again. Darth Vader says drives my wife crazy as well. There are a bunch of things that annoy me that my girlfriend does not care about. Like the dog licking herself. Stuff like that. There's so many things where I am more like the stereotypical girlfriend. And my girlfriend's more like the dude. I think that's one of them. Tyrone says, I meant May will come out hot in the second half. I thought you meant that May is going to come out of the game. I was like, I don't know. You start May to bench him in the second half when you're down by a couple touchdowns. And a reason is your defense / special teams are disappointing. Let's see. Kuji says, is Chubb playing today? Chubb will be playing. Looks like Peterson's, there's no way you fire Peterson after this game. It's like that's what's so interesting about like the Justin Fields situation is like, I understand maybe thinking that, oh, okay, Russ gives us a better shot to win, blah, blah, blah. But if you think that, there's no way you can pivot to Russ off of Fields. when you're sitting here as the Steelers, as what, 4-2? So, I don't see how you pivot over to Russ in a game where the Steelers are coming off a win, where the Steelers are cruising. I feel like you got to wait for an excuse. I don't know. But that's just me. Is that JaMychal Hasty in the game? Why the hell is JaMychal Hasty in the game? Can we not get Rhamondre Stevenson in? I understand it's 2-minute drill, but do the Patriots not understand that I need Rhamondre Stevenson fantasy points? But let's move this over and let's answer some more of the questions that we have on the site. Obviously, if you wanted to get any guaranteed answers to any of your questions, you could always go through and you'd always hit the link that says ask a question here. There, that'll take you over to flockfantasy.com where you hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. There you can ask a start sit question, trade question, send a super message, or get a team review, whatever you are wanting. If you wanted that team review, I'd highly recommend taking advantage of the Underdog promo that we have, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're going to be getting a free Aaron Rodgers pick, more than less than half a total yard. And you'll be getting a free team review in the live stream that we're doing every single night. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who to hook up with that free team review. But let's get this start sit question going for Bones. It says pick one: Atwell, Whittington, Lazard, Chubb, or Sharp. If you have no Kenneth Walker, it's Charbonnet easily. If Kenneth Walker does play, then it's a lot tougher. Definitely not playing Lazard. Definitely not playing Atwell. It would either be Whittington or Chubb if Kenneth Walker does play. And I probably go ahead and in that case, I probably just take Chubb. But let's move this over to our next question. Titus coming over the super message says, do I flex Michael Wilson or Tutu Atwell? You're the GOAT. You got me out of bed this morning. Much love. Really do appreciate you, my friend, and hope that you have a phenomenal Sunday. I will go with probably Tutu Atwell. Now that you have Harrison good to go, and at the same time, you're obviously in a really good spot. Or I would say a really tough spot against the Los Angeles Chargers. So I don't know. For me, I think I'd rather avoid Michael Wilson in a tough matchup where Harrison should dominate targets. But Robbie Flash coming out. And are they really – looking to push this. The Jags are inside their own Just run the game out, Jacksonville. What are we doing here? Run the half out. But anyway, looking for a better workhorse running back. Willing to trade fillers. A wide receiver is perfectly fine for me. Jefferson plus A.J. Brown. So Etienne to Mixon is an upgrade. I don't think it's like the largest upgrade in the world, knowing that you're in a situation in which Tua is probably going to be coming back next week. Tua comes back next week. Then all of a sudden, Etienne is a comfortable projection as an RB1. While at the same time, Etienne's already through the bye week where Mixon's not. Going over to what we have with wide receiver. You're looking at Smith to Godwin. Clear upgrade, even with the Goddard injury. Bucky to Nick Chubb. Give me Nick Chubb. So here, I'd probably take the Mixon side. I think you're getting the best player. I think you're maybe getting the best receiver. I think you're getting the best running back and the best receiver. I don't love the idea of trading away Etienne right now with the possibility that you are going to be getting you're going to be getting Tua back next week, and this goes back to being a really strong offense. But still. Now, let's move this over and see if we have any questions in the live chat. If you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. I'd be happy to try to get to as many as I possibly can. And also, it looks like less than 10% of y'all have hit that like button. So if you have not done so already, please drop a like on this live stream. Obviously, we have streamed every single day during this season in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. So 5 seasons strong now, making sure we can answer as many of your questions as possible. So hit that like button if you have not done so already. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. And if you have not done so, subscribe to the channel, please. But let's move this over to our next question. This one is T. Higgins or Garrett Wilson. Very close for us. I am not expecting that we have like a really slow start for Devontae Adams by any means. Like, I would be hesitant to start Amari Cooper this week because I think that there is that outside chance that Amari Cooper only plays 30-40% of the snaps, especially in a game where they probably don't need him going up against a really bad Tennessee Titans offense. But with that being said, obviously T. Higgins has the better quarterback play, more passing volume in his respective offense. It's close. I think I just go with Wilson this week and then reevaluate going into the future. Now let's see. Carson says Whittington or Madison at the flex in a full PPR format. If Zamir White plays and it's a committee, I think you have to go with Whittington. If Zamir White misses and Madison should have the majority of the work, I think you could go Madison if you wanted. Okay, let's see. We don't have official word on Kenneth Walker just yet. If you stick around with us for about 30 minutes, actives, inactives should come out. And obviously, we'll go through and we'll talk about all of that. But we should have word on Kenneth Walker in about 30. Okay. Let's see. Grant says, trust James Cook this week coming off the injury or ride with Chase Brown. I'm trusting James Cook. I mean, if we go back to last week, if you remember, we were having reports saying that James Cook was a game time, that James Cook was going to play. I mean, obviously it was a Monday night game, but we were told on Saturday morning that James Cook would be good to go. Or Saturday night, I apologize. From Rappaport. Clearly it didn't. Sorry. Oh, I barely slept. We live streamed very late last night. But clearly, if you are looking at what happened last week, he didn't play, but it sounds like he was close to it. And now this week, James Cook's been at practice. He's completely off the injury report as well. I have no hesitation. If you have James Cook, you play James Cook. Okay. Now, this is a tough question. Zach says Charbonnet or Brian Robinson if Walker's out. If Walker's out, both running backs are top 10 options. I think you go Brian Robinson, given how good of a game environment it will be. It's a phenomenal matchup going up against the Carolina Panthers, where right now sportsbooks are projecting out that you should expect the Washington Commanders to be the highest scoring offense in the entire NFL. So, really do like what you have with both backs if Walker's out, but I think you probably end up going with Brian Robinson. Let's see. Dan says Dobbins, Cook, or Johnson. We need to start two. If it's a full PPR format, I'd probably go James Cook and Deontay Johnson. Deontay Johnson, that game has a total of 50.5 points. Should be extremely high scoring. Obviously, he's been up there averaging almost 11 targets a game with Andy Dalton under center. Let's see. BSC says Pickens, Juju, or Xavier Worthy. I'd probably go ahead and take George Pickens. Said this a bunch, but I do think that there is a shot that we end up getting a downgrade with the Pittsburgh Steelers offense in general with Russell Wilson starting in comparison to Justin Fields. But for the fantasy football hopes that you have with George Pickens, this may not be a bad thing, knowing that with Pickens, this is a quarterback that's not going to take the rushing yards that Fields would have. He's not going to have the rushing touchdowns that Fields would have. So I think it's kind of an easy spot to just go ahead and say that you want to roll with Pickens. As Fields would monopolize more of the points in Pittsburgh than Russ would. Let's see. Matt says Mason over Gibbs today. I would have Jordan Mason ranked ahead of Jahmyr Gibbs, knowing that this is a very tough matchup for Gibbs going up against Minnesota. Obviously, Minnesota's had one of the best defenses this season, if not the best defense. And what's very interesting to look at is, well, we're used to seeing the Detroit Lions sitting with an implied team total of, say, 45. It's not 45. That's the total for the game. Sitting with an implied team total for their respective offense of 27, 28 points, and consistently being projected as the best offense in the NFL. That's not guaranteed to be the case here. Where right now you actually have an implied team total much lower for the Detroit Lions this week in comparison to what we were used to. We're actually sitting down with a total of about 24 points. So I think you lower your expectations on all Lions players across the board with how bad this matchup is. Okay. Moving this over. Leon says Mahomes or Jared Goff. Both quarterbacks have very tough matchups. Obviously, Mahomes going up against the Niners. I think we probably end up going with Jared Goff. You do have the Detroit Lions as 3-point dogs in this game. So there's that outside chance that Detroit is having to throw the ball consistently in the second half. Now let's move this over. Naeem says Montgomery or Marvin Harrison Jr. Very tough matchup for Montgomery. I still think we probably go ahead and play him, however. And honestly, Montgomery does have one of my favorite pick'em of the week over on Underdog Fantasy, where one of my favorite picks of the week is actually going to be, it has gotten moved up. So actually, if y'all remember when we first started pointing this out at the beginning of the week, David Montgomery was higher, lower, 61.5 total yards. And Brandon Ayuk was higher, lower, 63.5 total yards. Now it looks like Montgomery's line's gotten bumped up a bit to 63.5, whereas Ayuk's gotten moved down a bit to 60.5. So I really hope early in the week on Underdog you were able to take the Ayuk for fewer than 63.5 receiving yards, for Montgomery to have higher than 61.5. Still, I'm interested in the Montgomery to go for 64 yards. It's a tough matchup, but he has hit that every single week this season and hasn't really come close to missing. Definitely less exciting than it was when it was higher than 61.5 total yards. But of course, if y'all wanted to check out either one of those pick'ems or any of these pick'ems for tonight's game, you can find that link over there on Underdog Fantasy. If you use promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're going to be getting a free Aaron Rodgers pick for tonight's game, more than less than half a total yard. And you will get a free team review through flockfantasy.com as well. So make sure you go through the link, use code FLOCK on Underdog, make that $10 deposit. And if you wanted that free team review over on flockfantasy.com as well, make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog. Michael says, last I saw, Walker was inactive today. We don't have official word on Kenneth Walker just yet. We'll get official word on Kenneth Walker in 25 minutes. Teresa says Mahomes or Cousins. And this is going to be Cousins for me relatively easily. Going and looking at what we have with the sports books right now, they are currently putting the Atlanta Falcons as the second highest scoring offense in the NFL. I think the Falcons, guys, that you need to start this week. You need to start London. You need to start Bijan. But even Cousins as well as Darnell Mooney are viable plays this week as well in a really good matchup against Seattle. Now, moving over to our next option. We got Tyler Goodson or Joshua Palmer to start this week in a half PPR format. This is the first time that I've considered telling someone to start Tyler Goodson. If you were to have no Lad McConkey, it would be an easy spot to go ahead and for us to take Palmer. But assuming that Lad plays, I think it'd be much tougher. I'm not telling anybody to play Goodson though. I can't get those words out of my mouth. But I think we got another question coming in on flockfantasy.com. So let me go ahead and make sure that we can get to that ASAP. This question coming out from D Nice. We're looking at a start set where I don't know what you are asking. We just put two wide receivers in and we threw Terry McLaurin into one of the spots. If you want me to talk about Terry McLaurin is a very safe play this week, where sports books right now have the Commanders as the number one scoring offense in the NFL. And with McLaurin, obviously, it is a phenomenal matchup against Carolina. Now, Hellboy Jordan, always happy to see you. My guy says, hey, Mason, did Rhamondre forget he's playing for the Mason Dodd? It sounds like he forgot. It sounds like we're going to have to teach him a lesson. Now, obviously, he may be doing this to me intentionally because we have put him on the trade block every single week since before the season started. But start Harrison or Dell. Thanks as always. No, thank you so much. Harrison versus Dell is a very tough spot in general. I mean, I think this is about the mark that you draw for Harrison where this is. I mean, both guys look like low to mid wide receiver twos this week. Harrison, you have higher, lower 49.5 receiving yards. Dell, you have higher, lower 67.5 total yards. I actually don't mind going with the fewer than 67.5 total yards for Dell. Probably do need to go ahead and start him over Harrison, however, with that expectation. Now, let's move this over to our Next question, if we have one. Looks like we are all through questions right now. So if you obviously, if you get a question in over on flockfantasy.com with that link in the live chat, you should be the first person in queue to get the next answer. But let's see. Wish says Sermon or Najee. Would have to drop Garindo for Sermon. I think you go ahead. Get Evan. God dang. Obviously, game's back on. We'll be live reacting to it if you want to stay hanging out with us. If you're going to watch the game by yourself, I'd recommend hanging out in the live chat so we can go through and celebrate win. We get a Rhamondre Stevenson touchdown, hopefully. But why do we have to have Evan Ingram getting used here? Najee versus Sermon, I think it's honestly up to you. But Garindo, there's no real reason to even hold him onto your roster at this point. Like, don't think that, I have to drop Garindo, and that's going to hold me back from doing this. You can go ahead and drop Garindo, no issue. Tank Bigsby drop ball. Yeah, Bigsby, not a great pass catcher. A boxed out says if Walker doesn't play, do I start Charbonnet over London or Mixon? Probably not. Sounds like you have a great team, though. How many points does Evan Ingram have so far? Dear God. Trying to see. Who is that? Oh, Dearness Johnson. I'm okay with Dearness Johnson doing stuff. It has literally zero impact on me. Nobody took him in underdog drafts. I didn't take him, of course. Evan Ingram, 7.4 fantasy points. Rhamondre Stevenson, 2.8. I cannot believe y'all told me to bench Jalen Waddle for this dude. Cannot believe that. Chase Brown or James Conner, we go James Conner. I mean, with Brown, if we knew that they were going to have the same amount of touches, I would go with Chase Brown. But I think that there is an outside chance that there's an outside chance that Zach Moss does see a little bit more usage this week in comparison to what we had at the end of last week. Adler says Marv or Ladd because the Cardinals' bad secondary. I'm going to go with Marv. Obviously, Ladd is the better matchup, but Marvin Harrison's Marvin Harrison. This is what we need. We need some more Brenton Strange in this game. Less Evan Ingram, more Strange. Harvick says if Walker's out, Pickens or Lockett. We would go Pickens in that case. I know we say this every London game, but I really wonder if these games actually do anything in like making the NFL more popular internationally. God, how many points is Bigsby at? Tank Bigsby freaking crushing at this point. What's funny is Bigsby's been so good because he has no usage as a receiver. It doesn't really matter unless you're playing in like a non-PPR format. You're sitting with 10.7 points. We're obviously in a full PPR league. You can get some running backs with just cheap reception volume getting there. Jordan says Walker with the illness or play Tony Pollard. I think no matter what, you need to play Kenneth Walker. If Walker's good to go, he's in your lineup. Walker's good to go, he's in your lineup. Steve says NFL wants a team in London and maybe Spain. Just seems logistically impossible. Like, I would almost think that the NFL would be like more likely to set up like a little minor league with like 6 teams in Europe than they would be like have an NFL team permanently stationed there. So how much travel would you have to do if you're the Jags and you were in London to fly over the pond 8 times a year? Just be a lot. Dearness Johnson. Yeah, the Jags are just running all of them. Just run it in. No Evan Ingram touchdown. Run it in. Run it in. Stacy says they already tried that and it failed. You're telling me that the NFL had a minor league in Europe? Or maybe you're saying something else? Yeah, see the Adams update. Adams to have a prominent role in week 7. Like I said, expectation is that Devontae Adams doesn't start off slow, right? Gabe Davis missed. Just run it in. Come on. We don't even need the threat of an Evan Ingram touchdown. Just run this in. Run it in. It looks like Etienne was the root of all problems for the Jags here. Etienne has been just bad. Just run it in. Come on. Give it to Dearness. I think they're at the 3 now with that rush. 3rd and goal from the 3. No way we get the Ingram touchdown here. No way. It's not happening. Willie says the problem is they don't play New England every week. Yeah, I guess that could be the problem with Jacksonville. You do not start Bigsby or Dearness Johnson going for. Do not do that. If you have no Etienne, you can start Tank Bigsby. You can't start Dearness Johnson, though. Maybe you can. If Etienne were to get traded, I'd pick up Dearness Johnson. Was that a touchdown? No, it was close. Christian Kirk almost had the TD. Would have been incredible. But looking at what you have with Dearness Johnson, there's no way that you can start 2 guys that aren't going to catch the ball, that are going to split the backfield in Jacksonville. And we'll get a Kenneth Walker update in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. We got A-Rod saying Brian Thomas Jr. was wide open. .25-0 run for Jags. But let's go ahead and let's see if we have any more questions that came through with the sites. Looks like we have 2 here. Julius Cook coming out and says, not sure if I should start Connor or Chase Brown. Hell, even Bucky for the flex, maybe worthy. Not considering the last few guys there. It's really James Conner or Chase Brown. We actually saw this with somebody else as well. I think I'm going to be going with James Conner this week, despite the tough matchup, just because we know what the role is going to be and we know what the workload looks like. Chase Brown looks like he is taking over here as the starting back in Cincinnati, but can't hurt to just wait another week and see that for sure. So I'm going to go Connor, and then once we get confirmation that you're going to get the workload from Chase Brown where he is the starter, then maybe next week we can go with Chase Brown. Now, Squire's coming out with a super message, says, Happy BR, need one for the flex between Wandale Singletary and Romeo Doubs. Half PPR format, I hate to say it, I probably go with Devin Singletary. Where if I am looking at Singletary, this is a running back in which he's healthy, should be in an okay offense. Obviously, a report coming out saying that Wan'Dale Robinson should be seeing an expanded role here. But realistically speaking, I don't know. Wan'Dale Robinson, it's a half PPR format. Touchdown upside isn't there to begin with. Plus, now you add Malik Neighbors in. So I think I go Singletary even if I don't like it. Ooh, excuse me. Oh, needed that. But let's see this. Hunter says Lad McConkey, Juju, or Josh Downs. I really hope we get... Can everybody spam the chat? Does Lad McConkey play? Yes or no, is Lad McConkey going to be playing this week? Because I would love to start Lad if he's good to go against Arizona. He's been at practice dealing with the hip. Issue is it's a super late Monday night game, so I don't know if we're going to get the clarity. Everybody's saying that he is playing. Got 1 vote for no in here. 2 votes for no. If he plays, I want to go Lad. The thing is just, can you rely on it if you don't have an option to pivot to? Like, I literally had this same question in the Flock League this week, where I'm looking at Lad McConkey versus Jalen Waddle. It's like, I'd rather have Lad if he's healthy, but I just don't know. Come on, we need some Rhamondre Stevenson points. Get inside the red zone. Get inside the red zone and just throw Rhamondre in. I will settle if you give me a total of 10 points from Rhamondre Stevenson this week. I'll be a happy man. If Rhamondre gets me 10 points, I'll be happy. I'm not selfish. I'm not greedy. I don't need anything more than that. Just give me 10 points, Rhamondre. Hit double digits. Noseek says Wan'Dale, Waddle, or Pickens. Rank them if possible. I'd go Pickens, Waddle, then Wan'Dale. Don't play Wan'Dale this week if y'all can avoid it. I mean, if you are looking at Wan'Dale Robinson, you have Neighbors coming in. Really, the only thing that Wan'Dale's given you consistently is cheap receptions for a full PPR format. It's hard to know if that's going to be there with Wan'Dale in this offense. Sorry, with Neighbors in this offense. Stevenson, we get to 1.5 points. Cheap reception, full PPR format. I'll take it. I'll take it. Thank you, Stevenson. What are we closing in on 5 points here at the Rhamondre? Love to see it. Love to see it. We got Drizzle says Chuba, Deontay, or JK at the flex. We're going to go Chuba Hubbard. Chuba Hubbard must start running back every week. You have no Brooks in. Come on, Sleeper. Give me my 1.5. What are we doing here? What are we waiting for? Oh, May should have gotten intercepted. Let's see. Mustafa, Charbonnet, or Jones. If Walker misses, we're going to go Charbonnet. We should have word on Kenneth Walker in about 7 minutes here. We should get word with Walker very, very soon. Let's see. Justin says Tracy or Christian Watson for my flex. I definitely go Christian Watson. For the love of God, do not play Tyron Tracy this week. If any of y'all are sitting here with Tyron Tracy or Wan'Dale Robinson in your lineup, I'm pretty sure you can find a better option. I would be trying to go elsewhere. But let me move this over and see if we have any more questions on the site. Obviously, if you ever wanted to get a guaranteed answer, you can always go over to flockfantasy.com or hit the link in the live chat that says ask a question here. If you go over there and hit the expert advice button in the top right corner, you can send in a super message, a start sit question, a trade question, or get a full-blown team review. Now, I think we only have like 2 questions in the queue right now. So if you send something in, it should be answered pretty much immediately. And also, if you wanted that team review, I'd highly recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have over there on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you are going to be getting a free Aaron Rodgers pick, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, you'll get a free team review in the live stream that we're doing every single day. Just make sure you go through the link in the live chat, use code FLOCK, and then set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. That way I'm able to credit you with that free team review voucher. But let's move this over and get our next question going on the site. This next one coming from Christopher. Here, quarterback, we are going to go ahead. We will be taking Burrow over Baker. Obviously, a little bit of a tough matchup for Baker going up against Baltimore, but you do have Evans fully healthy now. Going down the flex spots, DK Metcalf, auto start here. And then if Lad McConkey is good to go, we go Lads. Nice that we have some options we can pivot to with this being the Monday night game. So our backup play here is Bucky Irving. Plan on going Lad, and if he doesn't play, pivot to Bucky. Now, Anthony coming out with a super message says, we get A.J. Brown, Tank Dell, Ayuk, Amari. Who are we starting and flexing? Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Wide receiver, we're going to be playing A.J. Brown, Tank Dell. Flex, we're going to go with Ayuk. Amari's probably somebody we're playing over Dell in the long term. But in the short term, I wouldn't be super surprised if we get, say, only 30% of the snaps here for Amari in this offense. Now, Yamali says full BBR flex option, JSN or Christian Watson. You go with JSN here relatively easily. Yeah, go JSN. Chicken Tendies coming out to start 2 receivers in a flex. Deontay Reed, Harrison, Mason, Connor. We sat Bigsby, RIP. Jordan Mason's going to be your flex. Honestly, I would have sat Bigsby here as well. I don't think I would have ever considered starting Bigsby over Jordan Mason. Obviously, Bigsby's look great. And then for our wide receiver slots, we're going to be going with Deontay Johnson and Jaden Reed, but this is a great team. Now, Waddle's coming out. So start 3, Wan'Dale, Deontay, Marv, Pittman. So we effectively need to bench 1. You bench Wan'Dale Robinson here. And then Richardson or Darnold, I think we go ahead and we play Sam Darnold. It'd be very close if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format, where obviously the rushing upside is what we are trying to prioritize. But Darnold does have a really good matchup against the Lions, where it should be a high-scoring game. And you're probably in a spot in which you have a considerable amount of passing attempts in Minnesota, knowing that this is a very strong Vikings rush defense. But Brian Thomas is just cooking. How many targets are we up to here with Brian Thomas? Looking at this, you have Brian Thomas with 4 receptions, 84 receiving yards, and the receiving touchdown. But Kenneth Walker is active. If you have Kenneth Walker, please make sure you are playing him. And please make sure that you are benching Zach Charbonnet. Let me go ahead and let me pull up what we have with all the actives, inactives. I think we should have significantly more coming out in the next 5 minutes or so, but Dontavian Wicks is also active. Since Wicks is active, I would recommend going through and honestly maybe benching Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs if you were looking at them, and find a different option because the target share in this offense should be watered down. Kenneth Walker is good to go. Demario Douglas, with an illness, is questionable to return on Sunday. What is... How is Demario Douglas questionable to return with an illness? How is that even possible? Something that's interesting is Jameis Winston is inactive for week 7. This may mean this may mean that you're getting a trade. Yeah, Jameis Winston inactive. Is there a shot that you're getting a Jameis trade here? Will Levis officially inactive. So yeah, again, I do want to reiterate that this does project to be the worst offense in the NFL this week in Tennessee. Probably would not start either Ridley or Hopkins. Bigsby up the middle, massive hole. I don't know if Winston's going to go to Miami. We got the report saying that Tua would be at practice next week and that Tua would possibly be playing in week 8. New England has no heart yet. Like, New England is just getting dominated. They're making the Jags offensive line look like it's the best O-line in the league. God, Bigsby looks so good. Bigsby just cruising right now. Yeah, Jameis to the Raiders could make a lot of sense. Rule says Bigsby is a better pure runner than Etienne. I 100% agree. I think even if Etienne comes back, first and second down job should go to Bigsby. Etienne maybe turns into the third down back / 2-minute drill option. Like, I don't see how you kind of go back. I mean, Bigsby was already more efficient than Etienne coming into this game. Burr says the Browns fans are about to riot if they trade another solid quarterback to keep Winston. I mean, Watson. I don't think Jameis is a solid real-life quarterback. I think Jameis is a fine. I mean, Jameis is obviously great in fantasy because he's going to boost the passing volume of the offense, but let's not forget Jameis had 30 interceptions in a single season. Real quick, we are one like away from hitting 1,500 likes on this live stream. If you have not done so already, please hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we are streaming every single day, and Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. If you're ever going to drop a like on a stream, I would ask for you to do it now. Let's go ahead. I feel like I'm getting a headache here. Yeah, 30 interceptions, but 30 touchdowns, though. 30 touchdowns, though. I will say, I thought that when the Browns traded for Deshaun Watson, I still viewed Deshaun Watson as a top 10 QB. Oh, I thought Watson was a very exciting addition to the Browns offense. Like, you go back to Deshaun Watson in Houston. Deshaun Watson, before everything happened, I mean, he was a borderline top 5 quarterback in the NFL. Deshaun Watson was phenomenal. If y'all remember Deshaun Watson's rookie season, Watson's rookie season was just as good, if not, I know this is going to sound crazy. And let me pull this up before I say something else. I was going to say just as good, if not better, than the season that we're getting from Jaden Daniels right now. But let me pull up what Deshaun Watson did in 2017. Obviously, limited sample, but Deshaun Watson, 8.43 adjusted yards per pass attempts. Obviously, back then, Deshaun Watson would run the ball a bit as well. You're averaging almost 30 rushing yards a game. Actually, over 30. You're averaging almost 40 rushing yards a game. So Watson at one point was a phenomenal QB. Not only in fantasy, but also obviously from a real life perspective. But those days are long gone. And Deshaun Watson now has been the least efficient quarterback in the NFL. Let's do something fun. This is like the easiest way in my mind. Obviously, it's not an exact science, but it's the easy way to get a quick glimpse of quarterback play is going to be adjusted yards per pass attempt. Not an exact science, of course. We all understand that. But going and looking at the quarterbacks at the very bottom of the league in adjusted yards per pass attempts, you're sitting with Deshaun Watson, Will Levis, Bo Nix, Jacoby Brissett as the bottom 4 names. Let's go through and look at all these players. Will Levis will not be a starter next year. Deshaun Watson will not be a starter next year. Bo Nix will be a starter just because he is a rookie, but Bo Nix has been objectively bad. Brissett will not be a starter next year. Daniel Jones probably will not be a starter next year. Andy Dalton will not be a starter next year. Aaron Rodgers, I don't know. Gardner Minshew will not be a starter next year. Then you start to get to Caleb, Geno, Stafford, Dak. But you can just see adjusted yards per pass attempt year in and year out. The guys at the very bottom churn out and lose their jobs. Like, you can go back to what you had in 2023. And in 2023, the guys at the very bottom were Bryce Young, who's no longer a starter. Mac Jones, no longer a starter. Joshua Dobbs, no longer a starter. Sam Howell, no longer a starter. Zach Wilson, no longer a starter. Kenny Pickett, no longer a starter. Aiden O'Connell was benched at the beginning of the year. Burrow, obviously, was injured. Minshew, Ritter, no longer a starter. Like, it's a very consistent thing where if you're at the bottom of the league in adjusted yards per pass attempt, you are just one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL, and you will get benched sooner rather than later. RT the brand says we need to put a timetable on Anthony Richardson also. So I am by no means some big Anthony Richardson stan. I thought the Anthony Richardson hype in Dynasty fantasy football was a little bit obnoxious this offseason. But to be fair to Anthony Richardson, how many games has he actually played? How many pass attempts do y'all think Anthony Richardson has in his NFL career? Before you give up on the guy, let's go through and let's look at this. How many pass attempts has Anthony Richardson had in his entire career? Take a guess in the chat. Would love to know what y'all have. Under 100, under 200, 170. Okay, y'all are off. Anthony Richardson sitting with a total of actually 161 pass attempts. He's at 89 completions. He's played 8 games. Anthony Richardson's effectively a rookie. If you combine the games that he played last year with the games that he played this year, you're looking at a rookie season. So, to give up on Anthony Richardson at this point is 100% premature. Obviously, he hasn't been good. And like I said, it's not like I'm some big Anthony Richardson stan. For fantasy football, I think that if he's on your waiver wire, you should probably pick him up based off rushing upside. Because the thing is, with these guys that can run the ball, you can still be a bad real-life option and an effective fantasy option. But 4th and 1, the Jags are up 25-10, and they're about to go for it. They give it to Tank Bigsby, who doesn't get it. Why didn't you just kick the field goal there? What are we trying to prove here? But let's go ahead and let's check this. Mr. Filthy Wub says, check flogfantasy.com. Yes, sir, we will. Obviously, if you want to get any questions over on flogfantasy.com, find that link in the live chat that says ask a question here. There shouldn't be too many questions. Pretty much as soon as you get your question asked, you get your question answered. But let's go ahead and let's dive into this. This is for Mighty Bush. It's a start set where wide receiver, we are going to go ahead. We will take Juju. Obviously, Keenan and Lamb both on bye. For the flex spots, I guess we have to do this. I mean, all the players on the bench are on bye. Maybe you're meaning to ask if this is a league where we want to go Baker or Purdy. Obviously, if it's Superflex format, we play both, but I would rather have Baker over Purdy this week given matchups. Don't exactly know what we wanted there. We have David coming out with a team review. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. Says, any move suggestions? Currently, we are 3-3. Team name here is Vili something. Vili 5%ers. I will say real quick, that is going to be extremely difficult for us to make moves with this team. This is a league in which you are well ahead of everybody else here in the league analyzer. Not even remotely close either. So if I'm looking at this, it's a great team. Going down to quarterback, we are rolling with Baker Mayfield. Um, is a quarterback that we can't start weekly. Do I want to act like he's the top 5 quarterback? Probably not. You don't have the rushing upside, of course. Going over to what you have at running back, you're currently rolling with Jahmyr Gibbs, Brian Robinson. So we have arguably 2 RB1s rest of season here. We have Jonathan Brooks, Bucky Irving, Zach Moss, Zach Charbonnet, Tyler Algier. So we have long-term upside at running back as well with the depth on this team. It's a league where we can start up to 4 receivers weekly, so wide receiver depth does matter a ton. So we have Lamb, Jamar Chase, St. Brown, Brian Thomas. Phenomenal wide receiver room. Literally absurd. This is a league where the wide receiver position is very important. And this is the team that we have. Absurd. I think what I would do is I personally would drop the backup tight end that you have, whether you're starting Schultz or whether you're starting Andrews this week. The other guy is somebody that I think you go ahead and just let go of. That way we can go through and that way we can pick up a high upside wide receiver off the waiver wire for free, such as Rhamondre Stevenson. And also another thing that we could consider is, obviously I had Brian Thomas Jr. as a buy low candidate this past week. In general, I don't want to be going through and selling him. But with that being said, I mean, if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to potentially sell Brian Thomas Jr. and a 2-for-1 deal with Baker Mayfield to go get to Lamar Jackson, I think you could look to make that pivot. And if you were to trade like Thomas and get the Lamar level QB, then at that point, I think you could probably go ahead and you could open up that other roster spot to pick up another receiver off waivers or maybe another high upside running back like Braylon Allen. But it is a really comfortable position that you find yourself in. I think you have a great team. There is very little to do. I definitely want to drop a tight end, pick up Rhamondre Stevenson, and I think you could possibly afford it with how strong our roster is to go out there and trade for the straight up elite level quarterback or the elite level tight end. Now, Peanut coming out with a start set. Here for the flex, you just go ahead and you probably play Jordan Addison. With Addison, Hunter Henry is cooking. Let me see this. But with Jordan Addison, it's a great matchup going up against Detroit where you have an over-under this game, I believe, of like 50.5 points. We're obviously against the Lions. You shouldn't necessarily expect the Vikings to be able to run the ball a ton, and instead the passing volume is probably going to be there. Now, California, it's a sub Mason. This Adams trade has me in shambles with Wilson. What are we looking to do? Drake May is looking really good. Can we get Hasty out of this game? Can we get Rhamondre back in? But California says, Sub Mason, this Adam trade has me in shambles with Wilson. What are we doing? And well, good news is we started Javonte Williams, so we were in a little bit of an edge here. And we started Brian Thomas. We were going to crush. I'm going to go Tucker Kraft here at tight ends. And I think, yeah, we go with Garrett Wilson. For me, I personally am expecting that Wilson and Adams probably split. They're probably both wide receiver 2s in fantasy. But yeah, I think we're going to go ahead. We will take Garrett Wilson here. Mr. Filthy Wubs, always happy to see it, says, hey, Mason, I have too many studs. Please help me solve the puzzle. Try my best. Now, too many studs is always a good issue to have. Jordan Mason, obviously must start name here. Neighbors, must start name. London, must start name. And then here, this last spot is going to be tough. I think we probably go with Garrett Wilson with this being a full PPR format. Pollard is close, though. But this is an insane team where I would love to trade like Pollard and Kyler to go try to get to the elite level quarterback like Lamar, if possible. Now, CX Lid's coming out. We're sending Lamar for Kyler, downgrade. Montgomery to Kamara, upgrade. London to Tyreek, upgrade if you assume Tyreek is getting Tua back next week. So for me here, it is tough. I think Kamara is the best player in the deal. I think Tyreek's actually probably the best player. It all comes down to what you expect with Tua. If Tua's back next week, you win this deal. If Tua's not, you lose. So it all comes down to what you are expecting with Tua here. Okay. But if you think Tua's back, I think you can make the move. Yeah, Drake May looking good. Freaking brutal to have Etienne this entire time. Like, I'm never starting Rhamondre again. I'm never starting Rhamondre again. Ethan says start 2, bench 2, 2, Waddle, Hopkins, and Amari. We're going to be starting the combo of Amari and Waddle. If you are looking at Waddle, it is surprising to see that you have an implied team total of like 20.5 points. So sportsbooks are telling us that this Dolphins offense should be better than what's they have been. Okay. Let's move this over. D. Connor coming out with a start sits. Say Mason started Kamara and sat Bigsby already. What are your thoughts? Wide receiver 2, running back 2, and a flex. So looking at this, don't blame you at all for sitting Bigsby. I would have sat Bigsby as well. Brian Robinson, phenomenal matchup here. Got to play B-Rob. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to play Garrett Wilson as well. And then for the flex spots, we're going to go with Dobbins and Montgomery. Obviously, you have a very tough matchup for Montgomery. So I understand if you wanted to pivot from Montgomery to, say, Flowers. But I just think I take the running backs with the guaranteed opportunities. Now, Big Route coming out says, this is an NFL.com league, full PBR. Who should we flex between Evans or Hubbard, Reed and Amon-Ra, or a receiver? I would take out Jaden Reed now that you have Christian Watson, Dontavian Wicks, and Romeo Doubs all good to go. It's not that like I think you need like to avoid Reed. I think Reed's very strong. I would just rather have Evans fully healthy. And then we're going to go Chuba Hubbard in the flex. So like Chuba Hubbard versus Evans, give me Hubbard. But in terms of Evans versus Reed, I'd probably go with Reed. But let me refresh this, see if we have any more questions on the site. We have Fantasy Football 9 coming out with a question here. We are trading Dowdle, Pittman, Kincaid for Rome and Kelsey. So going from Pittman to Rome, in my mind, I think you get an upgrade with the upside rest of season from Rome. Kincaid to Kelsey, massive upgrade. We're paying Dowdle to get it done. So 100% I look to do this. I don't think Pittman is viable with Anthony Richardson under center, where AR is going to have the rushing production, but not the passing volume. But let's go with the Kelsey side. Moving this over to our next question. This is Rec Tem. Says Mostert, Shakir, Sermon, or Sean Tucker. I will be going with, it sucks to say, but Trey Sermon. Where if you are looking at Sermon, this is a running back that had 18 opportunities last week. Obviously, it sucks. He was horribly inefficient with it. And honestly, I don't know. I think that you're looking at a running back that's not going to have the receiving usage, but he should have the passing volume. I'm sorry, you're not going to have the receiving usage, but you should have the rushing volume. Goodson's not super scary. My issue is Anthony Richardson could steal rushing touchdowns. We know AR is not going to check the ball down anyway. It is a tough spot. It is a tough spot for sure. Now going over to our next question. This next one coming up from Bones. Here, this is Chubb versus Jordan Whittington. I would personally go Nick Chubb over Jordan Whittington. Obviously, this is very close now that you do have the news that Cooper Kupp's going to be missing this game. But still, at the same time, for me, I don't necessarily know how excited we can be about Whittington in a game environment where you're playing the Raiders and you probably are able to just run the ball over and over again. Now, Crisp Stott coming out says, pick 3, never know who to play. So Harrison, tough matchup. Flowers, great spot, of course, if you are going to be in a situation in which that the Ravens need to throw the ball and they can't just run it consistently. Reed, Metcalf, Higgins. Reed, you have Wicks coming in. You have Christian Watson. You have Dobbs. You have everybody good to go. Metcalf, really good game environment. Higgins, they probably don't have to throw the ball in the second half. So this is a very tough spot. I think I'd probably go with Reed, Metcalf, and Higgins. And we use the matchup against Harrison as a reason to go ahead and bench him. Even if I think rest of season, there's a good shot that Harrison's actually the guy that you are looking to play. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This one's coming out from Lando. So, should we accept Kyler and Bigsby, but give Josh Allen? It's a 2-quarterback league, full PPR. Love Jordan Love. Can y'all spam the chat? What side would you rather have? Obviously, Tank Bigsby is absolutely crushing at this point. The Jags are just running over and over and over again. My thing is, if Etienne does come back next week, it's probably a 3-man running back by committee. Bigsby has 22 carries this game. But still, you have 0 receptions, 0 receiving yards. So you're only sitting with 16 fantasy points, even with the 100 rushing yards and the rushing touchdown. Deontay Johnson is getting used. I didn't even read that this. I'm sorry, I skipped over this 2 quarterback format. If this is a 2 QB league, this is Josh Allen, and it's an absolute no brainer. But yeah, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Allen here. I don't think it's that close either. I'm really hoping that Bigsby keeps doing what he's doing for my underdog teams, but in reality, I don't know how excited we are to project him to be a starter in our lineup next week. And yeah, the Jags have run the ball 18 straight times. Just I don't want to say disrespectful, but demoralizing if you are the New England Patriots. Is if you go and you just run the ball 18 times straight, and obviously there's like an Army offense, it's like a bunch of weird runs, but if you were just running it up the middle over and over and over again, and the defense can't stop you, I cannot imagine it being I don't know. I can't imagine something that would be worse than sitting in London, having to go out there as the Patriots defender, knowing that the Jags are going to be running the ball and knowing that there's not a goddamn thing you can do to stop it. So, sucks to be them, but it is what it is. Now, let's see. FG23 Lakers says, is Brian Robinson playing and is Cooper Kupp playing? Brian Robinson is playing. Brian Robinson, great matchup against Carolina. Please make sure that he is in your lineup. Cooper Kupp, on the other hand, is not playing, or at least he's trending towards not playing. Last thing you can do is rely on Kupp here. Okay. And like I said, if you have any questions, please drop them in the live chat. I'd be happy to try to get some more of the free questions before we go back to the site. Fetty Wap says, chat help, Dynasty trade, 1 quarterback league. Already have Lamar, give away Love and Myers. Give away Love and Myers to get who? Okay, shouldn't have brought this up. This wasn't even typed all the way out. Kenneth Walker is playing. If you have Kenneth Walker, please make sure he is in your lineup. Sidekick Kid, welcome. Happy to see you. Lasagna Lover, do you mind banning the bots in the stream, like the Evergame streaming on, blah, blah, blah? I know you are a mod, but anyway, traded Cooper and Bucky for Kupp. Hopefully it works out. I 100% think it will work out. I think you're in a really good spot there. So, great trade. Carter says Richardson or Cousins, and then Harris or Sermon. I will go Cousins over Richardson this week, and then I'm going to be going Harris over Sermon in a full PPR format where we can expect that Harris has some usage as a receiver. Sermon won't. Neither running back's that good, but we got to start one. Jackson says Jordan Mason or Marvin Harrison Jr. If you have Jordan Mason, you play Jordan Mason. Please start Jordan Mason if you have him. This game is going to end so quickly just because the Jags running it over and over again. Anything but Evan Ingram here. Just run it again, Jacksonville. Okay. Dylan says Etienne or Mason. I would rather have Mason over Etienne with no Tua. PJ Nasty says, bro, Mason has a terrible matchup. I understand. It doesn't matter. Maybe in terms of like, oh, no, you don't rank him as a top 5 running back as he was being ranked previously. Maybe it's instead, oh, no, he's a horrible matchup. He's no longer a top 5 running back. Instead, he is a top 15. You still start Jordan Mason. Going over and looking at his underdog pick'em, right now he is higher lower 74.5 total yards. Whereas the guy that we just said he was a must start over, Harrison is higher lower 49.5 receiving yards. It's like, if you have Jordan Mason, please, if y'all have Jordan Mason in the chat right now and you want to know Jordan Mason compared to another player, please drop that player's name in the chat. Jordan Mason or who? Who else would you be interested in? Mixon. Obviously, we're starting Mixon over Mason. I mean, Mixon is also a 3-down running back in a tough matchup, but Mixon better player. But Joe Mixon, pretty much same total, 87.5 yards higher, lower. Jordan Mason versus Mike Evans. Mike Evans, we don't have any picks out yet. Montgomery, if you look at Jordan Mason versus David Montgomery, Jordan Mason is higher, lower, 74.5 total yards. David Montgomery is higher, lower, 62.5 total yards. Now, obviously, if you want to say, oh, Mason, underdog doesn't know what they're doing, I'm taking the David Montgomery higher than 62.5 yards. You can. But reasonably, I think Montgomery is the worst matchup. He has backfield competition with Gibbs. Whereas Jordan Mason has a tough matchup, but it's not the Vikings defense. And at the same time, I don't know. I mean, you're in a spot where you don't have Jahmyr Gibbs in your backfield. Like, Jordan Mason is a must-start player if you have him. Jordan Mason or Tank Dell, you go Jordan Mason. Mighty Bush says Chubb officially listed as starter. Yeah, still not super interested in starting Chubb, but excited to see what it looks like in the long term. Rahul says KC run defense is tougher. Well, if y'all are that worried about Jordan Mason, you are more than welcome to go and say, oh, Montgomery's going to have more than 62 yards, and Jordan Mason's not going to hit 75 yards. You're that confident in it. But personally, I wouldn't be, because I think the Niners are a great offense. I think Jordan Mason has all the opportunity in here. But you'd always go through and say, oh, I want Kareem Hunt to have more rushing yards than Jordan Mason, and I'm going to get extra 8 yards on Kareem Hunt's side. If you're that worried about Jordan Mason, go over to Underdog and play around with it. Okay. Let's see. Montgomery or Jaden Reed, full PPR format. I think go Reed. Non-PPR, then go Montgomery. LOL Pop says, what about Isaac Garindo? Garindo's nothing. Y'all realize just Jordan Mason got hurt last week, right? That's what happened. Garindo is nothing, and then Jordan Mason got hurt, and Isaac Garindo came in and played a small role. Why do we still have JaMychal Hasty in this game? For the love of God, can we get Rhamondre Stevenson? I'm done. Rhamondre Stevenson doesn't see the field again, does he? Is that what happens here? We're not getting another snap from Rhamondre? Freaking brutal. This isn't a clear loss. It's not that they're shutting down Rhamondre Stevenson because they're going, oh, this game's a lost cause. This game is winnable here for New England. They're shutting down Rhamondre because Hasty is their third down and their 2-minute drill back. That's why Hasty's in the game, not Rhamondre. Don't take it as like, oh, Rhamondre is such a locked and loaded starter for New England that they don't want to risk him in a loss. They'd rather go out there and risk Drake May. No. That's not the scenario. Let's see. Kaz says, does Jacobs get a touchdown today? He has a shot. He's in a good offense. Obviously, not the best matchup, but still. Prince Killa, welcome. Being a member of the flock, welcome. Okay. Dan says, Rhamondre is dealing with an injury as well, though. I understand that, but still. Like, there's a 0% chance that I'm not dropping Rhamondre Stevenson, but there's a 0% chance I start Rhamondre next week over Waddle. Like, even if we have no Tua, I'd rather play Waddle over Rhamondre in the second flex spot next week. So let's move this over and let's get back to some of the questions that we have over on the site. Obviously, if you ever wanted to get a guaranteed answer, you always can go over to flockfantasy.com. You can always ask whatever question that you have over there. Just hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice, or you can also hit the link in the live chat that says ask a question here. And then there you can send in a super message, a start sit question, a trade review, or a team review. If you are wanting a team review, I would highly recommend taking advantage of the promo that we have on Underdog Fantasy. It'll be a lot cheaper than going with just purchasing a team review on the site. If you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you'll get a free Aaron Rodgers pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And you'll get a free team review in the live stream that we're doing every single day as well. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy if you are wanting that free team review voucher. And if you're looking to pair up that Aaron Rodgers pick with anything here, I think you'd be looking at either Brandon Ayuk to have fewer than 60.5 receiving yards, Dell to have fewer than 68.5 yards, Montgomery to have more than 62.5, or Aaron Jones. Actually, this was at 83.5 earlier when we took the lower. I don't want to be looking at that anymore. But yeah, one of my favorite right now is Tank Dell for fewer than 68.5 total yards. But let's move this over and get to our next question on the site. This next one coming out from Devin. Quarterback, we have Stroud. Running back, we have Montgomery, Mixon. Wide receiver, Chase, McLaurin. For the flex, we have Jamison Williams. I would take Jamison out. I would actually put in Josh Jacobs here. I think Jacobs, 3-down running back, good offense. Obviously, it's a tough matchup going up against Houston, but still, Jamison's averaging 3 targets a game in his offense over the past 3 weeks. While at the same time, it's a brutal matchup going up against Minnesota. So I go Jacobs over Jamison. Now, let me back out of this real quick. Now, so yeah, like we said, we pivot over to Jacobs here. Now, our next question coming out from Fosho. Here, we have Whittington in the flex spot. Obviously, if we could get a time machine, I'd love to go back and start Javonte. But for me personally, I would go with Amari Cooper over Jordan Whittington. Obviously, we have to be concerned about Amari potentially only playing 30-40% of the snaps here in Buffalo, with it being his first weekend, with him having no familiarity with this coaching staff or with Josh Allen. But with that being said, if you're looking at Whittington, Whittington is banged up himself. At least with Amari, much better player. He's fully healthy. And obviously he's in a very good offense. I don't want to start Amari, but I'll start him over Whittington. Sav says, need 2 receivers in a flex. Wide receiver, I think we're going to go ahead and we're going to be taking... Can't go Kirk. We're going to be going Waddle and Downs. For the flex, please tell me if we're running back. We don't. We can't go Christian Kirk anymore. He's already played. So it's either Worthy or Pittman. Up to you. I'm going to go Pittman. I am not playing Wan'Dale Robinson this week for my underdog teams. I hope he plays well. I hope we get a touchdown. But in reality, if you're looking at Wan'Dale Robinson, probably not startable with us having Malik Neighbors back in this offense, and this offense still projecting to be a below average one. Okay. Sylvian says, late to the party here, but how on earth is Kalentra ranked as the top tight end? If you're seeing this with the expert average, it means that we are having a bug over there on the site. If any of the expert averages rankings look weird right now, Um, if you're seeing any issues with like the average expert rankings, I just hit add creator, add my own, and then my own should be 100% good to go. And my name is Mason Dodd, of course, if you needed to figure that out. But anyway, Laporta or Ertz at tight end. Also, who in the flex, leaning Jacobs or Devonta Smith. We're going to go ahead. We are going to be taking Laporta over Ertz. I hate the matchup, though. And then looking at the flex spots, full PPR format, it is very close. I mean, if we are looking at what we have with Jacobs, you have the floor with the guaranteed touches, but you get the bump with Devonta Smith with no Mike Evans. I probably still go Jacobs, but I think Smith is also very, very appealing. Now, hey, it's Matthew coming out. Here, tight ends. We're going to go ahead and we're going to put in Laporta. Flex, we go Gibbs and Marvin Harrison Jr. I don't think you can overthink it. I don't think you go through and play like Eckler here, even in a good matchup. When you have Brian Robinson, good to go. Maybe we could possibly consider going through and playing Eckler if you had no Brian Robinson, but can't at this point. Now, Derek coming out says 3-3. We have Kraft, but the other tight end from the waiver wire, should I drop Kraft for any of them? Okay, so no, I'd still roll with Kraft over these options. For the flex, I would put James Cook in. Actually, I'm going to be playing both Dobbins and James Cook. I would take Devon Etienne out of the lineup and wait until we get to a back end to play Etienne. Now, Derek coming out says 3-3. I traded away Jordan Mason and Godwin for Etienne and Dobbins. Was that a good move? Godwin to Etienne, obviously selling a wide receiver one there for an RB1 under the assumption that you do get to a back end. Tank, Bigsby, touchdown. My underdog teams are freaking printing. Let me see this. But anyway, going from Jordan Mason to Dobbins, I think you maybe get a long-term upgrade and a short-term downgrade. It's very black and white, and it's a very simple equation here that if you have Tua and CMC coming back, then we win this deal. If Tua or CMC don't come back, then we lose this deal. But if both players come back, then obviously we win in the long run. Mr. Filthy Wubs, always happy to see you. Here we are going to be looking to go through and start a flex. We have Kareem Hunt at running back. We have Darnell Mooney as our best receiver. I think we will go ahead. We will play Hunt. Not a super easy call. We'll be interested to see what we have with Clyde Edwards-Hilaire's role in this offense, of course. But right now it does appear that Kareem Hunt should be the locked and loaded back. I just don't know if we see the 20-plus opportunities. Let's go ahead and let's refresh this and get some more of the questions up on the screen. Now, Bonehead coming out says, hey, Mason, happy BR. Who to start today, JSN or Whittington? I would go with Jackson Smith and Jigba. You have an applied team total that puts the Falcons as the second highest offense in the NFL, and Seattle is only a 3-point dog. Should be a super high scoring game. I believe the over-under is 50.5 points. So I want as many pieces in this offense as we can. I think JSN's also a better player than Jordan Whittington. So I think we go ahead and we take Jackson Smith and Jigba here. Now, Celeb coming out with a start set. If we're looking at Kyler versus Goff, I probably prefer Kyler, where Goff has a brutal matchup, while at the same time, I don't know what the rushing production should be for Harrison. I'm sorry, for Kyler Harrison coming back obviously helps, but I think we should still maybe expect us to get 40 rushing yards with a shot of a rushing touchdown for Kyler. So in a 4-point passing touchdown format, we want to go with Kyler. Prendon coming out says, feel free to override me on everything. LOL. Goff is also on the waiver wire if need. Thanks, Nando. Thank you so much. Definitely go with Kirk Cousins here. Running back, we have Dobbins and Montgomery. Etienne would be my favorite running back to get in if we were going to start someone. Our best receiver is Devonta Smith. So actually, we play Smith and we keep the lineup as is. I think it's a really good team as well. Etienne obviously will be in here for the flex when you do get back in Tua. Now, Fabian coming out says, need help with the flex spot. Here, if these are our three options, I'm going to go with Deontay Johnson. Deontay Johnson is good to go. This should be a super high scoring game environment. Over 50 points. And Deontay Johnson averaging 11 targets a game with... I hate that Hasty's gotten this much work. But Deontay averaging 11 targets a game with Andy Dalton under center. But let me freaking pull this up. What is the stat line with Hasty at this point? What is the stat line with JaMychal Hasty? Hasty, 5 receptions, 49 receiving yards, and the receiving touchdown. Hasty sitting here with 16 fantasy points. So, God, just stealing all the freaking points here from... I needed Rhamondre this week. Y'all, oh my God. This is 100% now I understand the feeling when y'all ask me a question and I get it wrong. Now I understand why we have so many haters, because y'all giving me wrong advice here makes me upset. So if I've ever given you wrong advice, which I'm sure I have, dear God, I'm sorry, but I needed Rhamondre. But anyway, let's move this over. Tyler says, I swapped Rhamondre for Tank this morning, feeling great. I'm jealous. I wish I had Tank available to me in my league. Pickle says, started Bigsby. I have Kyron and Dobbins to play at RB. You started Bigsby over Dobbins? Obviously, now it looks like a great call, but go Kyron over Dobbins. For the love of God, make sure you play Kyron. Kyron's RB1 this week in my mind. Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. We've been live streaming for over 4 hours. Obviously, we are going to be streaming until kickoff for the main games. But yeah, we stream for 5 hours pretty much every single day, answering as many questions as we can. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us, though. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, I'd ask that you do it now. And also, if you have any questions that you want answered for free, you can drop them in the live chat, and I will try to answer as many as I possibly can here. But let's go ahead. A-Cub says, Mason, Kenneth Walker or Aaron Jones? We're going to go with Kenneth Walker in a much better game environment where Aaron Jones, obviously, tough matchup against a great Lions rush defense. Now, moving this over to our next question. Tyrone says, Amari or Downs? I'm not super excited about either player, where if you are looking at Amari Cooper, obviously, this is first week in Buffalo. While I think Devontae Adams just hits the ground running with Rodgers and the Jets, I think with Amari, this may be a little bit of a slower ramp up here. And I wouldn't fault you at all for going through and waiting a week before we get Amari Cooper in. But obviously in the case of Josh Downs with Anthony Richardson under center, the passing volume in this offense will dramatically come down. So I probably go ahead and I probably take Amari, but I'm not super excited about it, and I don't think Amari is like a must-start option by any means. Mario says we have to trade Bigsby high next week, right? I just checked just because I wanted to make sure for my own bags. But I have Bigsby as my third most drafted running back in underdog drafts. I am really hoping that Bigsby continues to crush. He was my favorite 18th round pick. It was him and Roshan that we kept on taking at the end of drafts. Could not be happier with Bigsby right now for my underdog teams. Now, with that being said, if we're looking at what we have in a regular redraft league, that is a full PPR format, Bigsby gets the largest workload that we are ever going to see. And he still has 0 receptions for 0 receiving yards. Which, if you're a running back that's going to have 0 usage as a receiver, you are kind of a touchdown or bust player. Which you can be great as a touchdown or bust player in a great offense. If you're in San Fran, if you're in Baltimore, touchdown or bust, I mean, hell, there are going to be more touchdowns to go around than you possibly need. Now, the thing is on the other end, the Jags will not have those touchdown opportunities. So obviously everybody in the chat, their initial gut reaction is going to be, don't trade Tank Dell. I mean, don't trade Tank Bigsby. Don't trade Bigsby. I want to be on record. If Bigsby keeps doing this, I'm going to be loving life. I just think it's hard to rely on a player that's not going to have receiving usage in one of the worst offenses in the league. Jorge says, chat, help Leggett or Romeo Doubs. I think Doubs in a better offense. I would actually possibly go with Leggett, however, knowing that we have Dontavian Wicks back in Green Bay. So we have Kraft, Wicks, Reed, Watson, Doubs. Let me think through this. Reed, Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, Tucker Kraft, and Dontavian Wicks. You have 5 guys that are going to be eating into each other's target share. Zesmoke says Josh Allen or Jordan Love, 4-point passing touchdown format. You go with the guy with the rushing upside in Josh Allen. Levi says, are you worried about Evan Ingram? Not at all. The thing that you have to understand about Evan Ingram is he played against me in the Flock League this week. We're going up against Sal. He has Evan Ingram. Obviously, if y'all been watching the Flock League YouTube channel, y'all know that my defense is on point. We can go through and we can scheme up really effective ways to shut down our opposing players. So Evan Ingram just ran into the buzzsaw of Mason's team of destiny this week. So should be fine. O'Reilly says still doing Flock Fantasy Start Set questions. Yeah, I was just trying to answer some of the free questions we had in the live chat. We can pivot back over to the questions on the site now. Obviously, if you wanted to get a guaranteed answer over there on the site, you can always go over to flockfantasy.com. We don't have too many questions in the queue right now, so it should be super easy to breeze through them and you to get an answer quickly. Hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice, or you can go through and you can hit the link in the live chat that says ask a question here. And then you can send in a super message, start sit question, trade question, or a full-blown team review, whatever you are wanting. If you did want a team review, however, I would highly recommend you take advantage of the offer that we have over there on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're going to be getting a free Aaron Rodgers pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And if you wanted that free team review over there on flockfantasy.com, just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address that you made your Underdog Fantasy deposit on. But let's move this over to our next question here. It's coming out from Kai Ring. Says, I traded JK for Tyreek. My receivers now are Neighbors, Lennon, Godwin, Collins, Tyreek. Who can we trade to get a running back? Love the Tyreek deal. Absolute no-brainer with Tua coming back. I think if you were looking at potentially moving on from one of these receivers, we should go through and we should most likely look to move on from Godwin. I hate to say it, but Neighbors mid wide receiver 1 rest of season. London low in wide receiver 1. Godwin low in wide receiver 1. Collins top 5 option when back. Tyreek top 5 option when 2 is potentially back next week. If we're looking at the guy coming off a monstrous performance, that's Chris Godwin. That's the player I think we can get the most value for. Obviously, Godwin looks like an absolute crusher. But here, I think you're going to get enough value, whereas if you were to go through and try to trade Malik Neighbors, just because Neighbors has been out, I think it's going to be tougher, even if it doesn't make sense. But that's how fantasy managers operate. But Derek coming out with another question says, should I start Amari over Juju? I would start Amari over Juju. Like I said, it is a spot where it's not a no-brainer by any means. It is a tough matchup that you have here in terms of, not a tough matchup, but I guess more so because you are 9-point favorites. So we could probably expect that the Bills are just going to be running the ball. Going over to what you have with the fact that this is Amari's first game in here in Buffalo, there is that chance that all of a sudden you're actually just in a spot where he only plays 30% of the snaps. He only plays 40% of the snaps. So it's not a no-brainer, but I think I would go Amari myself. Now, Armin says Andrews or Colby Parkinson, and then any changes to the starting lineup. I would still go Andrews. Parkinson, definitely more exciting now that you have no Kupp. And then in terms of getting in any of our bench options into the lineup, the best guy to play would probably be either Tutu Atwell or Michael Wilson, but there's no way in hell I'm playing them over Higgins, London, Metcalf, or James Conner. So we're leaving as is. Now, Big James coming out with a start sit. Says, hey, Mason, need some running back help and flex. Leaning Eckler for running back and Wandale or Lockett for the flex. Running back, I would go Bucky personally. I think Bucky's the easy play if you were to have no Rachaad White and it's a 2-man backfield. Obviously, if White does end up playing here and then it is instead a 3-man running back by committee, then at that point it is much tougher. But still, even with that in mind, I think you can go through and play Bucky. Good offense, good player. And then going over to the flex spots, I'm going to go with the receivers. I'm probably going to go with Lockett and Pittman. I know obviously Wan'Dale Robinson's been much better than these other 2 options so far this season. But at the same time, I don't know. Realistically speaking, you have Neighbors coming back in. I don't think that the passing volume in New York is going to be so much higher than it will be in Indianapolis, even with Anthony Richardson. Now, Mr. Philly Wubbs coming out again with a start set. Here, down for the 2 flex spots, we have at wide receiver, Downs, Jameson is the best options. Running back, Montgomery must start player. Really comes down to, for me, the running backs. I'm not going to be playing the receivers over guys like Chase Brown. Chase Brown and Kareem Hunt, both are hard to know exactly what the workload is going to be looking like. For me, I probably go ahead and I personally probably go ahead and take Chase Brown. I think that the opportunities in their respective backfields probably should project to be about the same amount. I'm a little bit worried about CH coming in, not allowing Hunt to hit that 27 carries mark again. But in the case of Chase Brown, I think that he is in a better matchup, and he should probably be a more efficient running back at this point of his career. Now, moving this over, Vexa says, start 2. Also having trouble syncing the ESPN to the seat, dear God. Downloaded extension, but no luck. Much love. If you are having that issue, please join the Discord with the link in the description of this live stream. There you can send a message in the site issues section for one of the developers to look at. But anyway, if we have to start two guys here, I'm going to be going with Evans and Tank Dell. With Ayuk, you've had a single game with double-digit fantasy points so far this season. I think Evans is the no-brainer start. Looking at Ayuk and Dell is a little bit closer. If Nico Collins was healthy, then in that case, I would go ahead and I would be rolling with Ayuk. But with no Collins, I think we go Dell. Now, Mr. Filthy Wubs, here, running back, we are going to be looking at, we have 3 must-start guys. Thank God we have 2 flex spots. Play Chuba Hubbard, and please tell me we can play both running backs in Brian Robinson and James Cook in the flex spot as well. Looking at the receivers, yes, we can. Going over to the wide receiver, I think Darnell Mooney probably gives you the safest projection out of this grouping. Now, of course, I think that you could go ahead and you could potentially pivot off of Darnell Mooney and instead go in the direction of Amari Cooper, depending on how much you think Amari is going to play this week. My hesitation with that is Amari may only play 50% of the snaps here in Buffalo. But let's go ahead and refresh this. Next question coming out from O Pickles says, choose 3. Harrison, Dell, Hunt, Deontay, Jameson, and Mooney. We're going to be going with Hunt, Harrison. We have Deontay. We're going to be going with Hunt, Deontay, and then Harrison, Dell will be close. I personally probably prefer going with Harrison. I do think you get a higher floor with Dell. Obviously, it is a tough matchup for Harrison. Now, going over to our next question, Kinjik says, Trey Sermon or Tyler Algier. Brutal spot to be in. Algier, really good game environment, but I think we have to go with Sermon. Obviously, this was a situation in which Sermon was super disappointing this past week, but you did have 18 opportunities. Do I want to sit here and act like it's the most exciting thing in the world? No, he's not going to have receiving usage. Anthony Richardson could vulture touchdowns here as well at the goal line. I think you can go with them. Now, F Wax coming out says, if I lose this week, I've likely lost the last 3 out of 4. Any tips for what I should do or any players I should sell or target? Okay. Well, I really appreciate you. Thank you for taking advantage of that Underdog promo. This is Kupp. We got to change the team name here. All right. We got it. I've seen some pretty bad team names. This is probably number 1. Looking at this is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So with this being a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, we are highly incentivized to go ahead and build around the elite onesies if we can. And also at the same time, this is a situation in which wide receiver depth is not going to matter much. We have Mahomes. Obviously, we thought Mahomes was going to be great coming into the season. Obviously, that has not turned out to be the case. So if you wanted to pivot over to a different quarterback by making a 2-for-1 deal, or if you can sell JSN and Mahomes to get to a quarterback that you're more excited about in the long term, obviously, if we can find a way to get to Josh Allen here, it's an absolute no-brainer. Going over to what we have at running back, we have 2 RB1s here in the long term. Obviously, Etienne's been disappointing as of late, but Tua should potentially come back this next week, which should elevate the Etienne play. Breece Hall in just a safe start based off the usage that we had with this new coaching staff. Going over to wide receiver, we have 3 top 10 receivers for the long term here with Lamb, Lund, and Kupp. Tight ends were pretty weak. So, I think the very easy thing to say with this team is if you are able to potentially sell Brandon Ayuk and a tight end to go get that tight end upgrade, or Jonathan Brooks and Mahomes to go get that QB upgrade, or vice versa, of course, and then just use the open roster spots that we have at that point to pick up somebody like Rhamondre for free to backfill. Personally, I think that's what I would be looking to do here with this team, where you only have to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the depth isn't going to be super important here for us. Now, moving over to our next question. This next one is Huffman Jared. Here, running back, we're going to go ahead. We will be taking Kenneth Walker now that he's going to go. James Cook, fully healthy as well. Joe Mixon's going to be in the flex. We start all 3 running backs. You have to. And then we're going to be going with the Amon-Ra St. Brown and Higgins at receiver. Obviously, Flowers is super exciting, but I may be a tiny bit hesitant knowing that with Flowers, you always have the outside chance that all of a sudden the Ravens are in a situation in which they can't afford to just run it over and over and over again, and you don't see the passing volume there in Baltimore. Now, Zeeb's coming out and says Trey Sermon or Raheem Mostert. I will go Sermon. Sermon obviously looks like a bomb, probably bad offense with AR under center. But with that being said, he had 18 carries last week. Raheem Mostert's also probably in a bad offense, where you're having to deal with the fully healthy Devon Etienne. Now, next question coming out from Josh says, hey, Mason, Laporta, Bucky, Sermon, Moss, or Tucker at the flex? I personally probably go ahead and take Bucky Irving. Obviously, we hope that you have no Rachaad White, because if Rachaad White does play, then the hesitation that you have is, okay, you're going to be in a spot where they split the backfield 3 ways. So the hope that you have is that you have no White and you go Bucky. Let's refresh to see if we have any more questions on the site. We do have a couple more in. Like I said, we only have 4 in the queue right now. So if you wanted to get your question in, it'll be answered very quickly. Just go over to flockfantasy.com, hit the expert advice button in the top right corner. There you can send a super message, start say question, trade question, or get a full-blown team review. If you were wanting, and you can also just go through the link in the live chat that says ask a question here. But if you were wanting a team review, I'd highly recommend take advantage of the offer that we have over with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. And at the same time, you're going to be getting a free Aaron Rodgers pick, more than less than half a total yard for tonight's game. And you'll get a free team review in the live stream that we're doing every single night. If you were looking at something that I would want to pair up that Rodgers pick with, my favorite pick at this point on Underdog is probably going to be Tank Dell to have fewer than 68.5 total yards. If you wanted to pair up that Rodgers free square with something. But if you wanted the free team review, just set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account, so I know who to hook up with that free team review voucher. But Chris, this is a non-PPR league, Deontay Johnson or Josh Jacobs. A non-PPR format, completely different than my answer in a full PPR league. Non-PPR league, I'm going to go with Josh Jacobs. Full PPR format with Deontay seeing like 11 targets a game, you would have to go with Deontay Johnson. But obviously very different in a non-PPR league. Okay. Going over to our next start sit, Rick says, also have Tyler Goodson, Sean Tucker. I'm clearly struggling here. Thanks, Mason. Thank you. Looking at this, we're going to go ahead. I would play Alexander Madison. If Zamir White is good to go and Rachaad White is not, then at that point you could pivot over to Sean Tucker if you wanted. Wide receiver, we go with Evans, Diggs as must-start names, and we're going to go with JSN in the flex, where we have the larger sample with JSN than you do with Juju Smith-Schuster. Now, Drew coming out with a start set. Here we are choosing between Debo or Flowers. For me, I think it's very easily Debo Samuel. You have no Juwan Jennings. Not only do you have no Juwan Jennings, but at the same time, you have no CMC, so we're getting the artificial touches across the line of scrimmage. It's probably a spot in which the Niners are forced to throw the ball a decent amount. So I still view Debo Samuel as a must-start name every single week. Obviously, in the case of Flowers, we've had a really nice ceiling, but I do want to reiterate that you're always at a risk of this team just kind of shutting down the passing volume and running the ball over and over and over again. But let's move this over to our next question. This next question coming out from Jagny says, Gibbs, Montgomery, Jacobs. We have to sit one. Dude, can we not put one in the flex? I would go Gibbs over Montgomery this week. If we had to sit one, we bench Montgomery with a brutal matchup. But yeah, I guess maybe you look at this and go, in a full BBR format with a really tough matchup, you go ahead and bench Montgomery. Where, I mean, expectations with Montgomery should be lowered this week, of course, in this tough spot against the Vikings. Where, I mean, even if you go over to his underdog pick'em, he's sitting there higher, lower, 63.5 total yards. And that's moved up. I mean, we were pumping it up back when it was higher, lower, like 60.5 total yards earlier in the week. But let's refresh this. Tony coming out with our next start sit question. Here for the flex, I think we are going to go ahead and we will take Tank Dell. Very close, but if it's a full BBR format, you have the safe receiving usage. It is a better matchup than what Harrison has going up against the Chargers. But I definitely would say that I wouldn't mind at all going with Harrison or Hunt, really. But I do think that Harrison is still somebody I'm probably starting in most leagues if I had him. But it just looks to be a very good team here. And then obviously no Nico Collins. Carlos says, I have a flex spot open. Wandale, Harrison, Chubb, Eckler, Lazard. This is a great example where we just go ahead and you just take Harrison. I don't think it's remotely close either. Like, obviously, Harrison disappointing last week, but he left the game early with a concussion. Don't really know what else we could, what more we can expect from the dude. Vexa coming out with a question. This is Chase Brown, Flowers, or Jaden Reed in a full PBR format. We have Etienne, Gibbs, Chase, Debo in the lineup. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Jaden Reed. If you told me that we had 20 plus opportunities for Chase Brown in this offense, and that was a guarantee, I'm for sure going to go through, and I'm for sure taking Chase Brown. But I think it's just very difficult to do that until we get another week of Chase Brown seeing over 50% of the snaps here in Cincy. Or Jaden Reed just has been a wide receiver one in almost every game that you've actually had Jordan Love starting. Now, going over to our next question. This coming up from Dylan says, already made the trade. Was it worth it? Or did we make a bad decision? So, Etienne to Diggs. This is a horrible trade. I'm sorry. Etienne to Diggs downgrade now that Tua is potentially going to be coming back next week. Not only is Etienne to Diggs a clear downgrade, but at the same time, Montgomery to Worthy is a clear downgrade. You're paying Amari and likely to get it done. To be honest, I have no idea why you made this deal. We want the Etienne Montgomery side. We want the Etienne Montgomery side. Now, Ben coming out. Here, quarterback, we have Lamar. Running back, Etienne Barkley. Wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play Amari over Downs. I'm not loving it, just given the fact that Amari could see 50% of the snaps this week. We just don't know. And then going down to the flex spots, we're going to go with Kareem Hunt and probably Josh Downs as well. Obviously not excited about Downs, however, with Anthony Richardson under center, knowing that the passing volume's probably not going to be as solid there. But let's refresh this, see if we have any more questions coming in. We do have a couple more. Chris says, keeper league. I give up Brian Robinson, JSN, and a first-round pick for Tyreek in a fifth. I can keep Tyreek next year. Depends how many keepers there are. Because if it's a one-player keeper league, then at that point, you just have so much value there with that first round pick, where if it's like a 5-6 player keeper league, if you keep 10 plus guys, they would say, okay, I understand going after Tyreek, but I'd say you're probably giving up too much. If it did involve the pick, I'd want the Tyreek Hill side of this. But if you're also trading away your first next year, I think I'd probably rather just have the Brian Robinson and JSN side. Now, Nathan coming out says, I really need help with the flex spots with players coming off of injuries. Okay, Aaron Jones, Brian Robinson, I think that they're just jams in here. Brian Robinson for sure in a phenomenal matchup. The issue is Aaron Jones, tough matchup, and coming off the injury. If you wanted to make a change, it would be Davante Adams instead of Aaron Jones. But no, I think more likely than not, we're going to go ahead. We are going to take Aaron Jones as well as Brian Robinson. Looks like OBS is being a little bit laggy here. Can y'all see the update? Okay, perfect. Now, Breezy with a start set. Here we need 2 flex spots. We're going to go ahead. We are going to be taking Kareem Hunt's. And now that Kenneth Walker is good to go, obviously Charbonnet doesn't look startable. We're going to go with Hunt and Tyler Lockett. Obviously, if we could get in a time machine and go back and start Javonte Williams, I would love to, but a little bit too late at this point. Now, Reich with the start set says Shakir or Watson at wide receiver 3. We're going to go ahead. We will take Christian Watson over Shakir. Not super excited about this, knowing that you do have Dontavian Wicks and Romeo Doubs both fully healthy. So you are just kind of banking on possibly getting a long touchdown here, but still at the end of the day, this is a phenomenal offense. This is an offense that any given week could go out there and put up 400 passing yards. Let's refresh, see if we have any more questions. We got one coming out from Joe. Says, do I go with Lazard or Sermon in the flex today? Also, any trade ideas? Appreciate you, my friend. I would say that we actually need depth going through and making trades maybe tough. I would go with Sermon over Lazard. If you're looking at Allen Lazard, obviously is absolutely crushed so far this season. But I don't know. Now that you're getting Davante Adams added into this offense, I just simply don't know how many targets are going to be available beyond what Adams and Wilson are going to soak up. So for me, I go Sermon, who had 18 touches last week. Looks like a bomb, but still. Ghost coming out says, what's up, Mason? Second guessing starting Ayuk. What are your thoughts? And then Harrison over Jameson. Let's check this out. Running back, we go with Etienne here. Wide receiver, we go Harrison. And yes, you go Harrison over Jameson. You go Ayuk as well. You bench Jameson Williams. Jameson, horrible matchup and averaging 3 targets a game. Not super interested. And then for the flex, we probably go ahead and play Kareem Hunt. I'd play Hunt over Jameson. So I know Jameson had a long touchdown last week. I know Jameson had a long touchdown the week before as well. Obviously before his bye, but you get the point. But still, I mean, especially if we already started Hunter Henry, we're crushing at tight ends. I think you're in a spot where we more so just need the floor rather than the ceiling. Bone says, pick 2, Chubb, Whittington, and Sermon. Chubb, Whittington, and Sermon. I'm probably going to be going with the combo of Nick Chubb and Jordan Whittington in a full PPR format, where Sermon shouldn't have a ton of target volume, knowing that AR is going to have a low checkdown rate. Goodson's going to be the receiving back anyway. AR may steal a rushing touchdown. So I bench Sermon out of this group. But let's refresh this. Kyle coming out with our next question. This is Rodgers versus Joe Burrow. Obviously, Rodgers, we're excited about what you have with Davante Adams coming in, but it's still a really tough matchup. And if you look at sportsbooks right now, they are giving a significant edge to the projection with the Cincinnati Bengals offense in comparison to what you have with the New York Jets. So I think we are going to go ahead. We will take Joe Burrow. Okay. Now, Bertrand says, Flock won't let me sync my ESPN league. You should be able to. You just have to download the extension. And if you are having any issues, you can go to the description which is linked. The Discord, which is linked in the description, and send a message in the site issues section. and one of the developers would be very happy to go through and help you link your team. But let's go through and let's move this over. If you have any free questions, drop in the chat. We'll be happy to try to answer as many as we can right now. And also, we are closing in on 2,000 likes on this stream. If you have not done so already, drop a like on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel. We live stream for 5 hours every single day. I think that we have live streamed for 5 hours almost every single day. For God knows how long. We haven't missed a single day live streaming so far this season, answering as many questions as possible. So if you're not subscribed, fix your life. Make sure you subscribe. Miguel says Eckler or Hunt tonight. You go with Kareem Hunt. Daniel says Etienne or Jordan Mason to start. We are going to go ahead and we are going to be going with Jordan Mason. Sebastian, yes, Cooper Kupp is out. Says Jonathan Brooks for Nick Chubb. Probably going to be going with Nick Chubb. Hello there, says, do I keep Nick Chubb or sell? Depends on what you can get. I don't think Nick Chubb's much more than a low-end RB2 at this point. The efficiency should be taking a dip, knowing the significant injuries coming off of. Plus, it's an absolute garbage team. And you have no receiving usage. So, Nick Chubb, not super, super exciting. Obviously, a great player, but still. We have one more question popping up on the site from Relaxing. Says, do we start Wan'Dale or Ridley? I'm already getting cooked. Need a boom game. I would go with Wan'Dale over Ridley. Right now, if you're looking at sportsbook projections, they do have the Tennessee Titans as the lowest scoring offense in the NFL this week. And obviously, if we are looking at Calvin Ridley, you're coming off the goose egg game anyway. Trent says, start two, please. We need some help. Jacobs, Harrison, or Devonta Smith. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to be taking the combo of Harrison and Devonta Smith. I'm sorry, not Harrison. I apologize. We're going to be going with Jacobs and Devonta Smith. Even if I'm excited about Harrison, obviously it's a tough matchup. So I think go with the 3-down running back there. But let me move this over. 5 minutes till kickoff. Freaking pumped. I better win this week. I need to win this week. I need to. And obviously, if you wanted something to root for here, you can always go over to Underdog Fantasy. And if you go over to Underdog, my favorite pick right now is going to be the Tank Dell for fewer than 67.5 total yards. David Montgomery to have more than 63.5 total yards. Fair warning, I'm an idiot. I get these wrong more than I get these right. And also, if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy, you're going to be getting a free Aaron Rodgers pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game today. And you'll be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night. You can find that link in the live chat, find that link in the description and the comment section. Just use promo code FLOCK that we are able to get that 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000, the free pick and the free team review. Now let's move this over to. And Sebastian says, Diggs just tried to fight the whole Packers team. What happened? Let me pull this up. Did we get something going on with Diggs? Stephon Diggs. Yeah, Diggs over there on the Packers sideline. Texans game will be fun. Dear God, Diggs going nuts. Walker is good to go. Make sure. Seaburst says he's just standing on business. 1v50. Yeah, 1v50. That's hilarious. But last thing I have to ask y'all, please let me know in the chat, do I start Jalen Waddle or do I start Lad McConkey? I'd rather have Lad in a good matchup, but I just don't know if he's going to be good to play just yet. Obviously, it's a Monday night game as well, so it is tough. Would you play it safe and go with Waddle, or would you roll the dice with Lad? You got Lad. Laddle, love it. Waddle off the bye. Let me see, does Underdog have pick'ems with these guys? If they don't have a pick'em projection out for Ladd, it'll really make me nervous. No, they do. They have a pick'em out, 53 net receiving yards. So I'm definitely going to go with Ladd over Waddle in that case. But I really appreciate you. And let me just double check to make sure that we don't have any more questions on flockfantasy.com before we wrap up here. I obviously am rooting for y'all this week. Real quick, we need celebs questions. Says, need help at quarterback and tight end, Kyler, Goff, Geno, Darnold, Auden, or Kincaid. Quarterback, we are going to go ahead and we are going to be taking Kyler in a 4-point passing touchdown format, 6-point passing touchdown league. You go with Darnold. And then tight end, we're going to go with Kincaid over Auden. But thank you again. Really rooting for y'all this week. Obviously, I'll be dropping the video right after the Sunday night game with the biggest lessons learned. But much love. Really do appreciate you and really hope I get to see you out with that video later tonight.